What's up, gamers? Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Oh, crazy, so many frogs. Yeah, Fender, welcome in. Yeah, sorry about the ads. The thing is that Twitch forces you to play ads, which is the problem. I have to play ads. Like, if I could turn them off, I definitely would. But it's either you have to choose like how frequently you want to play the ads. So we could do like a 1 minute 30-second ad every 30 minutes, or we just do it in a big block and then we get a whole hour of no ads. So I just prefer to do that, because then right at the start of the stream we just play ads while I'm getting everything ready to go anyways, and then now we won't get them for a whole hour. So I think that's just a better schedule. It's really dumb. I still really wish that we could just fully disable them, but Twitch does not let you. So it's kind of ridiculous. Once you get partnership, I think you can if you want, but that's I don't know if we're gonna make it, guys. It's a little ways away. But anyways, Blood Frog, welcome in. But yeah, Oshiek, I saw your post about Godot and stuff. So your blog, pretty epic blog. And yeah, I totally feel that. I think it's good that you're enjoying using love. I think I always say this is the most important thing, right? Is like actually having fun with it. So yeah. Glenn checking in, welcome in. How are you doing? Can I cite you in my assignment? Yeah, sure. You're totally welcome to. Hello, is that Delta Rune music I hear? I think so. I've got a lot of music in here that I'm not 100% sure like where it comes from, because my friends and stuff will be like, put this song in, do this song, and then yeah, I don't know. You get what I said? I went around loops in that blog post. I totally know what you mean. It's like Godot has a lot of tools, but it can sort of require that you do things in a specific way. And that is one of the pros of working with a lower level framework like Love, where it doesn't hold your hand as much, is that you kind of create your own systems for things, you know? So, yeah, I do agree about like the plugins and stuff. That's why I never try and use plugins ever. Like I was, even just with the on-screen keyboard, I did not want to put a plugin into Lured In for that, so that's why I always just make my own stuff, because then I can update it, you know, when I want to move versions of Godot, and I won't run into a bunch of problems. But yeah, it definitely made sense. We're gonna make MSFS. What is that? Oh, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, after watching 1.5 hour Java tutorial, that would be that'd be a little tricky. I don't know. But yeah. You could probably take in like I know that the Google Map data is like you can access their API. Because I watched like a video where somebody made a whole game, just you get to fly around in Google Maps. It seems pretty cool though. I wonder how complicated that kind of thing is. I have no idea. But yeah, anyways. So yeah, it has lots of tools, we still miss stuff, but you learn to try using the built-in stuff, so you translate the missing stuff with what you have, and it's awful, it sucks. I mean, that's fair, you know, to each their own. I definitely don't think that Godot is awful. I very much like Godot, honestly, but yeah, for somebody starting out, I could see how, like, yeah, what you were saying, if you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. I mean, that can be a concern. I think that's more of a problem for, like, I would probably say people starting out with Godot versus people coming into it from other engines, you know, because I've programmed, you know, a bunch of different languages before, so to me, it doesn't really feel like I'm, like, there's these concepts or ways to do things I don't know about, if that makes sense. Like, if there's something I really need to do, then I'll just do it. So. You don't have that problem because you escape the ideation of using the built-in stuff. Yeah, definitely. I think that's the big thing. Yeah, also, like, I went to university. Yeah, I think that the problem, right, is just only using Godot ever. Yeah, having the knowledge of other languages, I think, means you don't really run into that problem. So, but yeah, I totally get it though. I mean, that's definitely one of the reasons why in university classes like that, they want you to learn like low-level languages like C, because when you understand like the inner workings of things, I think you have a better, a more complete idea of how Godot works and how these things do things. And it's also becomes a lot easier to make your own systems if you need to. Haven't been able to learn Godot because it doesn't really motivate me as much as other game engines. It's totally fair. Yeah, I mean, Godot is definitely not perfect. I always think the best engine is just the one that you enjoy using the most, you know? That's the only thing that matters. Or even if it's not an engine, if you're just using like a framework, that's always going to be better than trying to force yourself to use something you don't want to, you know? So yeah. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna dive into Tactic-Toe. I set up some cool epic stuff that I want to show off to you guys because it's cool and epic. So I've been looking into the 15 tile set thing more, right? Because it's it seems interesting being able to make a whole tile set with just 15 tiles. All you need is like this layout. And it's really easy to draw. So I was like, well, maybe I'd like to look into that, you know? So I set it up and it works. And it was actually pretty easy. Godot doesn't really have support for like a 15 tile set thing, so I just made my own. I have a script here and basically it's a big list. I check the neighbors of these cells and check like where their neighbors are, and then it maps to a specific tile on the atlas. So that's the way that we do it. And it was pretty easy. It's really not that much code, honestly. Like, this is the whole script. It's only like 51 lines. But yeah, basically you're just checking. I kind of based this around the Jess Codes one. Which it was all programmed in C#, so I kind of had to convert the logic over. And also I decided to put this inside of on the display tile set instead of the base tile set, because it's nice. It just seemed like there's less cross-referencing. But this is actually one built for Godot, but again, I don't like plugins, so I made my own. I'm trying to find where that one is. Well, you can find it on the video, but if you go in here,
the process of creating tiles.
Then there's a GitHub repo in here. The Godot demo right here. So I kind of based around this stuff. But yeah, it's really cool because you can also do like this in the, like, if you wanted to, you could do hexagonal cells and also isometric cells and stuff. So it's actually really neat. And you barely need any permutations on this one. It's crazy. So cool, epic stuff. What's up, Zach? Yeah, I got the tiles all working. So the way it works now is we only need 2 grids for a map. We have one that denotes where the terrain is, and we're gonna add in like multiple terrain types, because I think that'd be cool. So I'll probably change this grid map thing here to procedurally generate itself, and then instead you just go through and draw the terrain types you want. So but yeah, that's all you do. You just plop that down and then put down where you want your custom tiles, and then when you boot up the game, it automatically does the auto tiling for you. And it seems to be pretty performant, you know, like it doesn't take that long to load into a world, I don't think. So we'll have to see. I need to do some actual performance testing to see if the auto tiling is the thing that's slow, or I don't think it is. I think it's just preloading the scene is the thing that takes a second. I mean, it's really not that long of a load time. It's like 1 second. It's fine. But yeah, you can see it looks pretty good. So Zach, did you see my messages that I sent you? I realized I messed up Because it's not supposed to be half the tile size. It is actually 128 by 128. Or 256 by 256, I mean. So, I apologize about that. But yeah, basically the way this works is that it's the dual grid. So this one's offset by half tile. And then you just place these down to do like the pieces that you want, right? And it works really well. So like if you do, for example, this would be like one tile here, right? And so doing it that way, you only have to have freaking 15 instead of 47. That's crazy. Let's see, you're saying, couldn't you do it with 4-bit ints instead of using an array of bools? I think you can. I just did this in like 30 minutes last night right before I went to bed. But yeah, you could probably just change this to a number. Because what you could do is just assign like, if collision here, then that becomes 1. You could just do like binary bits. So then you just say 1 plus 2, because that would be 3. So you can have like, you know, numbers in here 0 through 15 to determine whether there's collisions or not. Which would be probably easier than having to check against an array. I guess it would be more performant. I don't know if like this is that slow. It's probably, I mean, I don't think it's that slow, honestly. But yeah, if I really wanted to optimize the performance of this, then I can. I just have to do some more profiling and actually see. Let's see, I mean, I'm flying in Microsoft Flight Sim now, and now I know how it works. I can make it. Trust I'll use. Oh god, don't use that language. That would be bad. Doing dual grid tile map? Yeah, it's already implemented and working in the game, so it ignore this just because I put some tiles down in the editor. Yeah, it works really well. It really wasn't that hard to get set up. I just made my own little script here to do the auto tiling. Still have to performance test everything, but yeah. Memory efficient. It probably would be more memory efficient too, but I'm not that worried about memory. You know, I mean, this is the thing, like, I think premature optimization is not worth it. Stuff like this, you know, this is gonna be like a couple of bytes of memory. Like, this is not gonna be that much. Now, I would optimize this way more if, like, for example, we were doing massive, big, like, worlds using a dual tile grid, but this is like very few tiles, you know? Probably the largest map we'll ever have is like 100 tiles, which compared to like a big open world, that's practically nothing. So I'm not really worried about that right now. But I could see doing that in the future for other games, so. 4 bytes per array? Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, I never really worry about memory because it's always like well below 1 gigabyte. So it's like not even, because right now we're only using 100 megabytes of RAM. That's practically nothing. So I'm really not worried at all. If that ever got higher for some reason, then yeah, we could lower it down, but it's nothing. I'm not worried about it. That's also preloading all of our scenes in the entire game into memory all the time. And we're only at 100 megabytes. So I think we'll be okay. I'm not really that worried. But anyways, what's the best way to learn? There's a lot of different ways. I mean, if you know nothing about programming, then I would just start learning sort of like the logic processes, like what is an if statement, you know, the core programming things. It depends on whether you want to like learn programming with an engine. Okay, you know Python. GDScript is very similar to Python. It's sort of like a branch of Python in a lot of ways, so it probably would be pretty easy for you to go into GDScript, assuming that you want to learn game development stuff. But there's if you are gonna use Godot, in the documentation, I can't type. There's a tutorial in here. If you go to the Getting Started section. In here, there's like this link, the Learn to Code with GDScript. This is like, there's this little course that you can take if you want. But if you already know Python and some general programming principles, then you can just dive into like some of these other tutorials here. Actually, I think at the very beginning in introduction, there's a, wherever it is. There's a spot where you can just put in your level of knowledge with programming. I can't remember where that is in here. But you can just go through all these categories, learn about how Godot works, and that's a really good starting point. And it's probably a very similar thing for other engines too. I bet Unity has like a tutorial section in its documentation. There's also plenty of YouTube channels, I think, that do pretty good tutorials. Brackeys is doing Godot tutorials now. Everything I'm going to be saying is going to be through the lens of a Godot user, just because that's what I know, but I'm sure there's plenty of other people like this that do tutorials for Unreal or Unity. Okay, you are trying to learn Godot? Good, yeah. I think Brackeys is a really good place to start too, because he has a tutorial on how to program in Godot, which is useful. And just a bunch of other things. Going over 3D games, which is good. There's this big one, which is just how to make a video game in Godot. Lighting. I really like his videos that go over a more specific topic more. So like the lighting video and the VFX videos, I think are better than the massive overviews like this, because it's more focused and specific. I feel like you probably end up learning more that way, in my opinion. But yeah, hopefully that helps though. Sick. I found dual grid tile maps difficult. They're not too bad. I mean, really, it's basically you just want to separate your actual world grid from the grid that displays your tiles, right? So after looking into it, I was like, this actually seems really cool and I should try it. And I did, and it works really well. So I think I'm probably going to be doing the dual grid from now on, because it's just way faster, right? But yeah, the way it sort of works, right, is we have our grid, like this is the true grid where we have all of our tiles, right? And then the way that the dual grid works is that it's offset half a tile. So the dual grid is actually in between the tiles like this, right? And that means that we can put like a tile here on the edge around our regular tiles, right? So a tile would be sort of like this, where you have like one there and then one in between here, if that makes sense. And then all of our tiles are like half. So the edges are they only go through half the width of our tile. It seems sort of, I guess, more difficult conceptually, but really in practice, it's really not that hard. This is all the code, right, to get it working for me in Godot. So basically, I just get a reference to my base grid, which is going to be like my true grid, you know, the one that I access and put things onto, not the one that gets displayed. And then I just loop through all of the cells in my true grid, in the base grid here. And I get a position. So the way to calculate this is you have a list of like neighbors that you're checking on that grid. So you got, these are just vectors, 0, right, down. So basically it's just checking like a little 2x2 grid. And then you gather up all the neighbors and then just return. There's just this big list. These are the collisions it finds, right? So if like it has one in the bottom right, then that'll be true on this column. And then you just convert that into an atlas coordinate, right? Which is the, if you look inside of the tile set, all of these cells in here have a coordinate. So this one's 0, 0, this one's 2, 1. You can see where it says atlas coordinate. So you're just grabbing the right tile given the combination of neighbors that you have here. And the important thing is you've got to move this tile set. You got to offset it, right? Set it to negative of half of your tile size. So if your tiles are like 16 by 16, you'd put this at -8, -8. But yeah, it really wasn't that hard. I mean, that's like all of it. It took me like 30 minutes to go through and learn how it works and implement it. So, yeah, I think it'll be good. Because now if we want to add in a new terrain type, all we've got to do is just draw this tiny little pattern, right? This is all we got to do. And this has extra tiles. You don't need these ones down here. This is just for variation. So you just need these guys, which is not that many tiles to draw. Anyways, there's a wool bed. Welcome in. How's it going? I saw lava tiles, and I thought the tile was going to be tic tac die. Yeah. That's going to be pretty dangerous out here. The lava's going to be crazy. So Mossville, welcome in. I've ever played a game called Dark Cloud. That a fish fish racing. That's interesting. I don't think I've played that game, but we can look it up. Dark Cloud game. Oh yeah, that's from quite a while ago, huh? But yeah, this seems neat. Dark Cloud fishing mini game. Let's see. Is it here? I don't know. Game definitely has a cult following. Yeah. I don't see it at a glance, but yeah. Never played it. How's Tic-Tac-Toe going? Yeah, it's going pretty good. Our sand is temporarily gone, but we're gonna add that back in, so don't worry, guys. But yeah, the tiles are working. Multiplayer seems to be going pretty well, so we added these volcano tiles, and they don't, like, do anything right now, so we're gonna work on today making it so they actually shoot out a stream of lava. And initially I wanted these tiles to kind of go piece by piece, but the problem with that is it's kind of like conceptually difficult to understand. I drew it out somewhere, I don't know. Okay, so this is where I was drawing it. Like, let's say that you have a volcano here, right? And then you also have one here. The problem is, like, if initially I wanted these tiles to kind of inch along round by round and continue to spread out. But the problem is that what happens if like two lava tiles then merge onto the same tile? Because the way it sort of is set up right now is each tile can only contain one type of a tile. So like you can't have two fire tiles, right, on the same tile. It's either there is fire or there isn't. So if we have like two lava tiles migrating, what happens when they collide? Because now they merge into one lava tile, and it's like, well, I don't know what to do anymore here. Because this one's supposed to go this way, and this one's supposed to go here, but now they're the same tile, so which one gets decided? Which one survives? So, not gonna do that. Now what we want to do is instead, all of these tiles just instantly travel, so it's like, volcano erupts, we see like a line, and it's fine if they collide, because they're all gonna disappear on the same frame anyways. So one round goes by, and then after that round is over, all the lava goes away. So that's how it's probably gonna work now, because I think it's just gonna be easier. And it kind of achieves the same effect, honestly, anyways. So, I think it'll be fine. But anyways. I saw a thread of people saying it's their favorite fishing minigame. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll have to find it sometime. Yo, Cankles, what's up? How's it going? Game already looks sick. Thank you. Yeah, it looked better before when we had the sand, but temporarily removed that until we do the sand tiles here, so we'll do that soon. You're planning to release on mobile? Well, the problem with mobile is there's not like a really easy networking solution. So what's nice about it right now is Steam is here, and Steam has a bunch of functions built in that lets us set up the connections, you know, through Steam securely and safely and fast. It's great. Steam networking is fantastic to work with. The problem though is when we move to mobile, we don't have that anymore. I don't think you can use Steam's networking on mobile, so that doesn't really work. So it just kind of falls apart. I don't really know what I would do about that other than renting out my own servers and implementing my own multiplayer backend, which is just not something I want to spend the money on. So we probably won't do mobile. If we do, it would be like offline only, but then that kind of defeats the whole point of the game. So yeah, also it's a lot to have to, yeah, just setting up mobile multiplayer in the first place is a big ordeal. So big scope creep. So we probably won't. I still think Lured In is a good candidate for mobile because it's single player, so that would be fine. But yeah, I think it's just we're gonna kind of stick with PC. I do think it would be cool on mobile, but it's just a technical constraint that would be kind of a pain to deal with. So I'm not sure how I would do it. What happens if they go over another special tile then? So that's something that we want the volcano to do, is when they collide with another special tile, it removes it. So let's say that you have a map where you had like some cracked tiles, right? Like let's say you had a cracked tile here, right? And then some lava goes over the cracked tile. Then that tile goes away. And in its place will be a fire tile. So anything that the lava travels over, it completely removes and sets it on fire. And so this is what the volcanoes will be very interesting about, is like they're gonna dynamically change the map as time goes on, right? As the volcanoes erupt. And I think it's gonna be really cool. So like, let's say that you broke the tile and now it's just a void. If a lava piece goes over the void, it gets filled in and just becomes a regular grass tile again. So places that were previously deactivated in the map that you can't place on anymore become reactivated, which I think is kind of a fun mechanic to play with. So yeah, I think it'd be cool. Almost home tiles imminent. Let's go. Thank you, Zach. And welcome back, Oshik. Yeah, I did creeping, but we caught it before we creeped too far. Yeah. I want this game to be very simple and small, you know? I definitely don't want to spend... I don't even want to spend as long on this as I spent on Lured In, which really wasn't that long in the first place. With Lured In, I spent about like 6-7-ish months, prior to launch. Now it's been more, but that's post-launch, so I don't really count that. But I'd like to get this game done in maybe 4, you know? We'll probably aim for February next fest, just because October is a little too soon, I feel like. But yeah. So what's probably going to happen is like we're going to work on this and get it in a good playtesting spot, so I can keep refining and tweaking things. And then around that time, I want to shift focus to other projects, right? And kind of like push it on the back burner. We balance and work on it. And then we come back to it in more full force around February, and then release maybe March or something. Maybe April. That's, I think, going to be the plan. Might also work on like Deadlift in that time. See, this is the thing that I think is funny about like when people ask like, how long did the game take? Like, do I just say from moment of idea to launch? Or do I actually say like the time that I spent on it? You know what I mean? Because I guess I would just say the actual number of months that were in development, right? Because if I spend 2 months not really working on anything, it feels odd to include that in the development time. So I don't think it makes any sense. Oh, I want to use 2,000 yard stare, but I don't have it anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's stupid. I wish we had more free slots on Twitch, but we don't. This kind of looks like the volcano. Oh yeah, you're saying it looks like a tree trunk. Yeah, we were talking about that last night. So we're gonna kind of rework the visuals of the volcano a little bit. I drew up one that looks a little different. I was messing around with stuff. Let's go see. Zach is gonna go through and finalize it, but I kind of drew this as like a little reference because I think part of the problem with the current volcano is it's like too tubular, and so it looks like the trunk of a tree. Also, it's brown. So I think if we swap to something like this, where it's sort of brown on the top, but as you get up to the top, it like becomes like stony and charred, I think it would look a lot more like a volcano. So it looks terrible because I upscaled it with bilinear filtering and then just drew over it, but this is just a mock-up. This is not real. It's not going to be a real asset. So spend 1 month, 25 days, 6 hours, 43 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah. Now let's do rough estimates. I mean, you can't even really say then that Lurden was in development for 6 months either. Because during that time, we were still working on Starground and Deadlift, so. The Starground development has been paused for a while. I do want to work more on Starground soon. I didn't put much down yet, but I'm starting to kind of fill out our final Starground plan. Arcs is already in progress, so we're gonna get Arcs finished for Starground. I want to have some kind of final boss probably for Starground, just to kind of cap off the dungeoning. And I would like to do machine upgrades with monster parts, because I feel like still there needs to be more ways that automation and dungeoning are linked. So that's probably what we're gonna do. Arcs is a new planet. It's the final automation planet. And on there's going to be Araxium. It's going to be sort of an anomalous quantum material, right? So it's going to let you do some fun endgame things. I want to do teleporters. I want to do quantumly linked chests so that you can place a chest down on one planet and then, like, basically an ender chest, and then place another on another planet, and then you can take items, you can transfer items between those two chests, so they're like quantumly entangled chests, right? So I think that would be really fun. Yeah, the frog chest. I'd also like to do like a Dyson sphere. I think that'd be really cool if you could like send satellites into orbit around the sun, and then you can place down like a Dyson sphere receiver on a planet to take the energy from your Dyson sphere, so it would laser the energy back down to the planet that you're on. Stuff like that. But that's what this final planet opens us up for, is like end tier ultimate technologies that are fun to play with and become a god. Right? So yeah, it'll be fun. I want to go as crazy high tech as I can imagine. So, but yeah, there's going to be a bunch of stuff here. Helium. We've already kind of gone through a lot of what's probably going to be here. Another tier of Tesla coils. I've thought about also quantum entangled Tesla coils so that you could link two different power networks to each other on different planets also. So that would be neat. Oh yeah. And it's gonna be freaking dangerous. There's gonna be aliens on this planet, guys. It's not just gonna be free. You're not gonna walk in and take the stuff and then you're God. You're gonna have to fight. So yeah, we'll have to figure out how that works. I want the aliens to be spooky and scary. Maybe like a ball of spikes. We'll figure out what those guys look like. Yeah, we're gonna add aliens to Starground, guys. Scary aliens. Yeah, Schrodinger's chest, yeah. That's off topic. Were you satisfied with the revenue from Nerd? My expectations were much higher. Yeah, that's fair. I think it definitely has gone well. I mean, the thing is like, it's only been out for about a month, you know, and we're almost at the same amount of revenue that Starground has made over its entire lifespan. We haven't even like hit our first sale or anything on Lured In yet, you know, other than the launch sale. So I think it's done really well, honestly. I think it's been a good time. So yeah. Unfortunately, we had another negative review, guys, but it's okay. We're still inching our review score up. We're at 86%. So if we could hit 90% one day, that would be crazy. I'm gonna go to bed. Wool bed sounds good. Thanks for coming in. Have a good rest of your night. But yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with the revenue on Lured In. And another thing that's always important to think about too when it comes to launches and revenue is the time put into it, right? So Starground, I put in a lot of time to Starground, and it's still not done because it's in early access. But Lured In, I put like 7 months of work. And it's done. It's in full release. At any moment in time, I could just say I'm done with Lured In and leave. Like there's no obligation. Is it like showing so many negative reviews? I swear that it's not that negative, guys. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, I can definitely just sort of finish it whenever I feel like it. And that to me is one of the big wins with Lured In compared to Starground is like it's done. I'm still gonna keep working on it and stuff and work on V1.2 and probably even 1.3 in the future for Lured In because I just enjoy working on it. Yeah, it's gone well. It's made basically as much money as Starground now. It's going to get there very soon. It's not quite there, but really close. And yeah, the year is only halfway there. I mean, more than halfway now, but you know. So I think it was definitely a victory. Yeah. I mean, of course, it'd be cool to get even more money. It's not like I'm rich or something from Lured In. Especially since Starground barely makes any money anymore. Starground is a trickle. Maybe per month it's like $200, which is not very much. So, but yeah. But anyways. Yeah, some hit and some don't. Fill your pan on Starground. Yeah. So wouldn't it have been better to release it in early access and then move forward with updates? I definitely do not think so. Early access is bad, in my opinion. I think it can work in some situations, but only when you desperately need money right away. Otherwise, you are forced to stop development of the game. But otherwise, if you can keep yourself going long enough to just finish the game, that's always going to be better than early access, I feel like. Because especially now that we have so many ways to test the game, you know, you've got demos and play tests and all these things that you can do on Steam, early access has become much less important. And a lot of people don't like early access games too. I don't blame them at all because a lot of them get abandoned. So that's the thing. I just don't think it's worth it. That's why I didn't do it with Lured In. I don't plan to do it with any games in the foreseeable future anymore. So, and the thing with early access is, so on the player's side, you're being given a game that's incomplete, right? You go into it and you're like, this game is not finished. I'm paying normal game price for an unfinished game. And then from the developer side, you are now like locked in, you're caged. You have to finish this game now because it's an early access, you know? You can't just leave and be like, okay, I feel like things are good, I'm done. Like, you know, you've got to get it into 1.0. And so that's the problem on the developer side. And that's how I feel with Starground is like, if it wasn't early access, I would have been done with this game a year ago. But that's just how it goes. So yeah, I don't think early access is good. I think it's bad. Yeah, if I had to redo Starground with the knowledge you have now, what would I redo? I would definitely change a lot with Starground. I think the problem was that it was way too big in scope. Right? Scope was the biggest problem with Starground for sure. Because it's multiplayer, and it's also an automation game, and it's also a dungeon crawler, and it's a fishing game, and it's a farming game. It's an everything game. That's the problem. And trying to develop an everything game is really hard. So what I would have done instead, I think, is just focus on the automation side of things, right? And then keep the dungeoning as more of an accessory. I don't even know if I would have full-on dungeoning like this. I think I would have just removed dungeoning and just made it an automation game. And maybe there could be creatures or monsters that you can farm in some way, but I would just integrate them into a mechanic of the automation instead of there being any dungeons at all. So that's probably what I would do. And I probably wouldn't make it multiplayer. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, multiplayer is cool, but unless, like, I feel like it's only worthwhile if it's a game that completely centers around it. So obviously Tactic-Toe centers completely around multiplayer. So in this case, it clearly makes sense, but for a game like Starground, it just didn't need to be multiplayer. I can't say for sure if that impacted sales or like if it made more money because of multiplayer, but I don't think it's that big of a difference. Definitely not worth the headaches that were incurred by the multiplayer. You know, that's the big thing. Game development is sort of an equation that you have to solve. It's like you add up all the parts of the development and you have to figure out, is it worthwhile? So like no multiplayer, you know, means less development time and less headaches, but also it means less work or less revenue potentially. So you have to decide, is it worth it? So love it though, multiplayer's your best friend. Totally. I don't like doing multiplayer. The multiplayer in Tactic-Toe is tolerable. And that's because it's turn-based and also because that's like the whole game. So I can really spend a lot of time focusing on it. But yeah. Oh yeah, also I was working on this firework particle system. I don't know if I'm going to use this anywhere. Would you like work on Starground if it wasn't multiplayer? I definitely think I would. If it wasn't multiplayer, Starground would be so much easier to optimize. It would just be way more fun. You know? Because multiplayer is the thing that just stops me from enjoying working on this game, you know? That's really it. So, honestly, one day in the future, I think I would like to tackle another automation game someday. It's probably going to be a long time until I do. But I feel like I could take a lot of the lessons that I learned from working on this game and put all that into a new automation game that's actually cool and fun to work on and is more optimized and just better in every way. So, someday. One of the things I definitely would have done is instead of having movers, I would have removed movers. You wouldn't have movers anymore. You would just have like ports on your buildings to take in objects, right? So that would have significantly reduced the complexity of programming the automation because movers are kind of bad for performance, you know? You put filters on them and they have to constantly check has a item change state, you know? There's just so many things I've had to do with movers. Movers have been like 20% of my development time. Like just that one object has been so much work. So if I didn't have those, it'd be so easy because basically the building just takes in whatever item comes in. If it's the wrong item, don't accept it. That's it. That's the only code. There's no filters that we have to play with and all this garbage, right? So that would be much better. And definitely just focus on the automation of the game. No dungeon crawling, no fishing. Like if I add in anything, it has to be a part of the automation. So I could see adding in fishing and farming, but it would be completely for the sake of automating. It wouldn't be for, you know, other parts of the game. That's the thing. And definitely I would not do multiplayer again. That's the other part. So, one day. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think of a really good idea for what a different automation game would be, right? Because it's hard to say. I mean, there's just so many different automation games out now and stuff, especially in recent years. So it's like, what would I even make the automation game about? And the problem is it's always going to be compared to Factorio, and it's really hard to compete with Factorio because it's kind of the best automation game ever made. So, I don't know. Also, Con McKernan, welcome in. Yeah, it's going good. We're just talking about game stuff. Talking about, like, what would I do different with Starground, and yeah. 20% of the time is 80% of the game. That's very true, yeah. Yeah, fish factory. Automate horses. Yeah. Horse production line. I've always really liked the concept of like the progression of automation, like starting with these little crappy buildings that are inefficient and polluting and slowly working your way up to more modernized buildings. You know, I do think that's fun. So something like that could be neat, I feel like. And I really like the idea too of like creating like better versions of a product. So like you have like, let's say you're making an engine. The first engine you ever gonna make is probably gonna suck compared to the last engine you ever make, right? So I think it'd be neat if there were like different like tiers of items. That would be fun to explore. And also just a completely different like kind of setting. I think the setting, the type of automation in Starground is generic. I think it could be really cool if like it was like an automation game centered around like nature. Like instead of using conveyor belts, you have like little ant soldier guys that go around and take items and transport them, and like your whole factory is like a green factory. Because I've seen some really cool automation concepts, like Biofactory is one that's in development. And this one just looks really cool because it's taking automation and making it like you're creating this biological creature. And I think that's a really cool concept. It's like a completely different kind of automation. I mean, obviously there's still like conveyor belts and stuff, but it just seems way more interesting. Finally, an automation game that isn't a factory, you know? But anyways. But yeah. I used to check in every now and then on my shark on land. Oh, yeah. Crazy. What do I use for pixel art? Thank you. Yeah, I use, for a lot of the pixel art in Starground, I used Paint.net, but I don't use Paint.net anymore. Now I use Krita, which is a different program, and I very much like Krita. I still wouldn't recommend Krita, though, for pixel art. I'd probably say use, yeah, don't use Krita. Use whatchamacallit, Sprite if you want to do pixel art stuff. But I like how versatile Krita is. So yeah, Autonauts is really fun. I would say if I did one, it would be more akin to that, probably, in a way. Well, last reviews are mixed. Why? Anyways. Probably not with like programming like this game has, but you know, just something different than conveyor belt. It's always conveyor belt, you know? And I'm bored of conveyor belts. They're cool. They're fine. But I think there's more interesting systems that you could do. Imagine like an automation game where like your items were like simulated physics objects and they were like in water. Right? And so you had to like use like fluid dynamics to transport your items around. That would be crazy. The only problem with a concept like that, though, is that it's the performance hit, you know? How do you deal with that? I don't know. Because if you simulate every single item physically, it's going to be hard. Not easy. Yeah, like the ants can do anything without them conveyor belts. Like, saying just how, like, the ants, like, yeah, like, they don't have to rely on, like, a set track to transport stuff, is what you're saying? Or... yeah, I don't know. Someday. Also, someday I want to make a game that's more focused on, like, survival. Oh, the ants are robots, so I'm saying, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would probably be sort of how it would go. Yeah. Yeah, one day, guys. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to play this one, though. I don't know when it's coming out. It says this year, but we'll see. I've been waiting for the playtest for Eons. I'm still not in it. I don't know if the playtest is even happening. But maybe one day. Maybe I should do a bundle with Starground in this game. You can make an ant automation game, like where you automate ant path, like a hive mind. Also have to juggle defense or offense things for resources. Yeah, definitely could be neat. I think I've seen a couple of games on YouTube that are similar to that. Like there's one where you control like this army of little guys, and that seems cool. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about like, if I do automation again, I want it to actually be like different, right? I don't want it to just be plain old automation again. Automation space game with 1 hertz update like EVE Online. So you have one thing updates per second. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I've seen a roguelike ant colony game. Yeah, I've seen a couple things like that around. It's cool, but I don't want to just accidentally make the same game as other people, right? That's the thing. But anyways, we will figure out Starground stuff. It's just so hard to work on. If I could, I would just restart Starground. I would just say, sorry guys, I'm deleting Starground. We're making a new game. One day. Words, W1D. All right. Let's actually like do stuff, I guess. Tactic-toe. So we got the 15 tile set stuff working. I think what I'm gonna do for the tiling is have these layers just in this world scene instead of inside of the map. And then we'll just layer these up on top of each other. So grass will probably always go above sand. We'll figure it out. But we should be able to just duplicate this and call this one sand, right? And then make this one tile with sand instead. And then what we can do is modify our code a little bit here. So this actually checks for tiles of its own type. So it would check and be like, am I checking for sand? I'm checking for grass. You know what I mean? That way we can do different types of like tiles meshing with each other. So we'll explore that eventually. But not yet. So let's get this lava working, I think. And I have to decide exactly how the lava is going to work, because it's not super easy. Because they're going to be on each grid, each tile. It's going to spawn all the lava, then delete everything when it's gone. Okay. So I'm probably just going to shoot out a ray from each volcano when it's time. So let's do this. Volcano tile. And this is where we do our code to create the lava right here. So we're going to loop through. We know where this special tile is, I believe. Because we have tile ID data. I also want to save our coordinate, right? Just so I know where it is. And then let's go set that up in here whenever I spawn in. Add child. Special tile true. We're going to say special tile dot coordinate is equal to coordinate. So that'll help. All right, now back into our volcano. We will check our current coordinates and set set our things accordingly. So, while tile. So we're going to say var tile is equal to coordinate. And then we say tile plus, or tile equals tile plus direction, which for now will be vector 2i dot left. We'll just make it go to the left, but we'll do all the directions. Have I ever tried Linux? Yeah, I've used Linux a lot for school and stuff, because I would always we do a lot of things on the Linux lab computers. So I have done lots of Linux stuff in the past, but haven't swapped to Linux for my main PC. I think I'd like to eventually, but I want to do it in the right time, you know? Which is probably not now. And then I want to say global.world.set special tile at tile with ttt.tile.lava, right? So that's what we're going to do there. We'll have to create a scene for each of the lava tiles. We will do that. And then I need to make sure that that tile is actually valid. That's the thing. So, how do I want to do this? Thank you for the follow. So let's actually decide the tile after. And I want this to start with that. Then while the tile is still valid, or let's just say while global.world.tiles.hasTile, right? We do that. So we know that it's a valid tile that's on the map. Now let's go set up that special tile instead of our tiles table, which is actually just in global right now, but we'll move it out eventually. ING similar, what's the flavor? Yeah. The bad flavor, the bad kind. How's it going? Welcome in. Alright, so we got TT tile lava. It's gonna be a dangerous tile, guys. Let's just go copy one of these dummy tiles, like the broken tile, lava tile. And placeable is false. Alrighty. And then, I don't know what sprite we want to do right now for the lava. I'm just gonna make it this Jupiter symbol, but we'll change that eventually. And then for the lifespan on this tile, let's go into our tiles list again. And I want lifespan to just be 1. So it'll go away in 1 round. And that should be it. So let's go see if this actually works. Fine, it's my 3rd day learning Godot. Nice. How's that been going so far for you? Alright, let's test it out here, guys. Sorry for the sounds. We need to implement an options menu. Oh. Not happy. Oh, I have to say, yeah, obviously that's not gonna work. Why does that say that it's 15 tiles? Let's go look at this really quick. Because that's grass, which is not the same thing as tiles. Should be map grid. Oh, why does grid have this script? Get rid of that. Okay. Back into here, and then I have to check get used cells. Go into the volcano. Get used cells dot as tile. Let's try that again. Found recreating an old Sega Genesis game. Oh yeah, nice. That's awesome. I think that's always a good way to learn too, is just find a cool game that you like that's really simple and just replicate it. Especially a lot of those older games like that are usually pretty easy. You know, stuff like Asteroids and stuff is really straightforward, so All right, check this, guys. Look at that, it generated a line of lava. And then next round, boom, the lava goes away. So, basically working. We've just got to set up a little bit more code, but we're almost there. So I want to make a new function, global.world.clear all tiles. And then we just pass in a coordinate. So this is going to be kind of like set special tile, but a little different. So we'll pass in coordinate, vector 2i. Then for tile in tile data at coordinate, special tiles, right? We say clear special tile at the coordinate with the tile ID that we've just grabbed, which I think is that. So that should clear any tile that the lava comes onto. We also have to make sure we're clearing out player pieces as well. So we'll do that. So let's test this out now. So all of these tiles over here, the broken tiles, should get deleted. Yeah, so you can see they all went away. We can't place directly onto lava. Now, next thing I want to try out, like, what happens if we have player pieces on here. Well, let me up the win score so I'm not losing. Or winning, technically. Alright, so let's see what happens. I don't think it's going to delete our player pieces. Yeah. So we need to do that, make it so if there's a player piece on there, it instantly clears those out. And luckily, I have a dandy little function to do this for us. So we can say global.world. Remove symbol at coordinate. And if there's not a symbol there, it just doesn't do anything. So this should work pretty well. So let's try this out. Again, sorry about the dings. All right, watch this, guys. Ready? Ooh, it's about to go. All the symbols in the lava just got deleted. So pretty epic. So we got ads going on. I wish I snoozed those. I apologize. But yeah, lava's working. Now we just have to make it go in all 4 directions, which is really easy. So now we just create a list. Static for directions, because we only need to create one of these for all the volcanoes. We don't need multiple. We'll go right. Down. Yo, Nick, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Spaghetti raid, let's go. How's it going? Yeah, how was your stream? Yeah, I popped in there earlier. You were playing some Lured In, which is very epic. Good, you? Yeah, I'm doing good. We're just working on some Tactic-Toe right now, and I think I'd like to also do some more Lured In today. We'll see. But I'm getting these lava tiles implemented, so there's a volcano that erupts, and then let's see, return directions. And then it leaves a bunch of lava behind that destroys everything, so now, instead of doing this, we're going to do at direction. And then the moment that doesn't have it, it should stop the lava. So let's go test this out. What should happen with this volcano is in the cardinals. Cardinals is the, you know, the corners, the diagonals and the cardinals, right? Let me make sure. Cardinals. No. Cardinal directions. Yes. Cardinals is the plus, not the diagonals. Right? I think. I guess it's typically in reference to, like, a compass, whatever. So this should work now. You'll see that lava is going to shoot up this way, left, and then also down. So you have to be careful. Again, sorry for the dings, and then look at all that lava. Crazy. So yeah, this is what the volcanoes do. We're gonna change the sprite for these tiles to be lava, but it destroys everything in its path. Your symbols and even other special tiles in those spots too. So pretty dangerous. Yeah, it's a good game. It's addicting. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I was telling them I said did such a great job with it. Nothing was an afterthought. I appreciate it. Yeah, with the development of Lurden, I really wanted to stay focused on things, you know. So I think I was able to do a good job of that. I mean, that's why we're able to get it done so fast. So yeah, I really appreciate it. Also, new song. Yeah, the last one was a new one. Yeah. Jeez, let's go. Yeah. So lava's good to go. Now we have to decide on like the way. I haven't really done a lot of like animations for these tiles yet. I do want to do that though soon, especially for easy ones like the cracked tiles, because I think that would be pretty easy to do. So temporarily, let's go get rid of the volcano so we can test stuff easier. But for like when these crack tiles first appear, I think it'd be cool if they just did a little bit of an animation. It doesn't have to be anything super crazy, but I probably will make a function in here to incur a shake. So let's make a function called shake. And we're gonna say create tween. We're gonna do it with a tween instead of the process event because it's way more performant to use a tween. And then I want to say our tween is that. Tween property. And we're going to move our position.x. Oops, position x. Oh, wait. Hold on, guys. I want to get the sprite. So I guess these all have a sprite node. Some of them are animated like the volcano, so I'll have to figure that out, but our sprite is equal to sprite 2D. I'm not going to type it because it can also be an animated node. That's the problem. So we're going to grab the sprite. Yo, I think for the wrist check and the posture check. Where did my ball go? And the hydrate. Oh, there it is. Oh, posture check. And our wrist check. I guess I could do that. Yeah, that's true. Yo, Digital Iliad, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Your raid? Nah, I don't compare the raid sizes. Don't worry. I appreciate all of them. Yeah, how's it going? What were you up to today in your stream? Hope it was going good. Can't get over this tactic toe name. Yeah. Yeah, I still don't know 100% if it's the final name or not. Because, yeah, like I think I was saying one of these streams, I don't like how it emphasizes the toe part of the name. It's not a toe game, guys. There's no toes in this game. I don't want it to be a toe game. So we'll see. But I also want to make sure people know immediately that it's like a tic-tac-toe thing. So I have no idea. But yeah, we're just working on adding in some new tiles. We just added a lava tile. So it destroys everything in its path when a volcano erupts. Yeah, we're gonna show those off here in just a second. I'm just doing my wrist check with the ball. My hands have felt better recently, which is good. So. Oh, I dropped it. Well, we did enough anyways. This opportunity to really lock in both the tactics and foot enthusiasts. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know if that's the kind of audience I want or not. But anyways. Yeah, I hope your stream's going good though. Set this to randef range. If you got any links or anything, you're always welcome to pop that in chat. Show off what you've been working on. Could a drawing feet, please? No. Okay, I think we'll be okay. I don't think we need feet. Move this back to 0. And then duration. This will be over the course of maybe 1 second. And then what I want to do, I don't know if this will work, but I can say tween dot set ease. We'll do ease out, and then also tween dot set transition. We can set to elastic, and that would kind of like make it go like that. But I don't know if that's actually going to work. We'll try it though. So now, whenever the crack tile spawns in on ready, we can call shake. And let's go give this a try. Let's go host, boom. They did shake they wobbled. It wasn't that much of a shake, but I think to do the shake properly, we're probably going to need to do multiple of these like position things here. So what I'll do is just do like 4 of them, and then each time we'll be setting this position to a new random position. And then at the very end, we set this back to property. Just copy this again, we will. So this should kind of shake it around a little bit. We'll see if this works at all. And then at the end, we move it back towards 0. Let's see what it does. Tono Kooks, welcome in. Back after a while, just been burnt out, but congrats on the launch alert in. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, welcome back in. Hope you've been doing good. That didn't seem to do anything. Why didn't that work? Should be setting it to a random position each time. Oh, I set that to the time. It's not right. We don't want the time to be negative seconds. That would be quite problematic. Let's just start with like 0.5. What I might do is like in between each of these, or it starts off really fast. So the first one's like 0.1 seconds and then starts to slow down as we reach the final 0 position. Maybe I could like multiply those by like a time variable. So that doesn't look that good. I think I'll get rid of the easing, I think that's causing it to look stupid. It's not quite what I want. Let's do far less time on these. And I might have to do something other than elastic. Okay, I don't think elastic is what I want for this. Now that we're doing this with like multiple steps, I think we just want linear. So let's try that again. No, not really ideal. We'll have to make a better a better shake function here. What I'll probably do is just move it between 2 values. So let's just say minus 64, 64, right? And like actually shake it. And then maybe here we go to only 32 and then back to 0. So let's try that out. It's definitely far better. It's not ideal. I still want to do more. I could probably like do this in a for loop, I guess. I don't know how this works. So Nick, be back. Need to do a couple things. No problem at all. Let's do that. And for I in range, let's say 4 or 5 or something. We can just do these. Does that even work? I have no idea. Let's see what happens. Oh, that totally works. Okay, well then this is a good way to do it. So we'll just say our shake count, right, is like 10. And then we put this in here. And the way that we can set this up is we multiply it by the current index shake count minus the current index. So if our power is shake count minus I. So if we're at 0, it'll just stay at the regular 10. Or I guess I'd want to do like I divided by shake count. But that would be 0. We can't divide by 0. Can I divide something else by 0? Oh, but you can say 0 divided by 10. It'll just be 0. Then if we're at 1. So that would increase. So then what we want to say is 1 minus all that. And then multiply this by power. So times power. Times power. And then get rid of that. And just make sure it goes back to the 0 position. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work, but... and shake count. Let's make that a float. All right. So it does work. It's a lot of shakes, but you know, we can decrease the number of shakes like this. And that does work. I mean, it's not a perfect shake, but it does work. I can also change like the overall time versus the number of shakes. So that should work. Also, sorry, let's see, I totally missed this. Pretty good. I've missed my first milestone, so I need to write up a new to-do list and regroup. Yeah. Probably you're going to lurk and do laundry. That sounds good. Yeah. That's always a good time, I think, to replan things. That's sort of where I'm at with Starground, honestly. I need to rework the plan. Really bad at math. I know. Be quiet, Oshig. Don't even start right now. So we're gonna have our total time here. Let's say it lasts 2 seconds. And then now we can figure out the time between each shake. Which will just be 2 divided by 5, so total time divided by shake count. And then this is going to be the time in between each shake. So as we increase the number of shakes, it'll shake faster, but still take the same amount of time to complete. Right? I think. Maybe. We'll see. Let's decrease the total time now and see if it works. Oh yeah, that definitely works. Okay, so that's working okay. I mean, you know, it's not perfect, but then now I can control like how much shake do I want, so we can pass in some new variables. So we can say power and time. And I kind of want to dynamically figure out the shake count, or maybe just set that always to something consistent. So maybe we just say time times 20. So if we do 2 seconds, it'll do it 40 times. Should work. Shake count. This is going to now be time divided by shake count. There's already something. Oh yeah, this is going to be strength. Time is a float. Shake time, and then this is going to be times power, but also times strength. Or I guess that's what this is. Just set this to minus strength times power. Strength times power. There we go. So now, when I pass this in here, I can set this to whatever I want and whatever time I want, and that's all I have to do. This should be very performant and easy. So if I go load back in... Oh, I probably corrupted the tile. Let's go try again. There we go. And let's just set that to go back to in 0 seconds. So that should be pretty much it. It's not like super random, which is the only thing, you know? So it's a little predictable, but I think it's fine. This is just for like a little quick shake like that. Like it's not supposed to be this big long shake process, right? So like that level, I feel like is perfect. That's the kind of shake I want. I just want that to happen whenever these like tiles erupt from the ground. So now what we can also do is create a tween at the beginning. Create a tween. Is that. And do it here. Let's see. Welcome in. How are you? I'm Solo Game Dev. Oh, nice. Very cool. I am as well. Well, not solo for this project, but for a lot of projects. Let's see. So do self. Actually, no. This would be the sprite. We want to move our scale. We want to bring it back to vector 2.1. And we start from... So I want to have some... Maybe I'll put this stuff into like predefined animation functions. So we'll have one called erupt. Just so I can share these across different special tile nodes without having to recreate them constantly. And I'll call it animation erupt. So now we just run that, and what this will do is it'll say sprite.scale is equal to vector 2.0. It'll kind of start from 0 scale and shake and come up from the ground. Excuse me. We can also make it do sounds and everything. I think for this tween, I want to do... I do feel like elastic could be kind of nice. We'll try it. Don't know if it's going to be good or not. Let's make this erupt over 0.5 seconds, maybe. So let's see what this looks like. So that's what that looks like. It's pretty fast. That's fine. Plus, thank you, Kinkles. I just like being able to do little animations like that's going to be really helpful for when we mess with like cards and stuff like that, because those are going to get interesting, because you're going to be able to like place down a tile in the middle of the game and stuff like that. So it kind of goes crazy. And then I want some more animations in here and stuff. I definitely want one for the tile like breaking apart. I think it would just instantly go away and crumple, like function shatter. And then this would just say sprite.modulate.a 0, right? And then I want to spawn in some particles. So we'll probably also make a bunch of scenes where it spawns in a particle alongside a sound, just so I can say like, you know, spawn dirt or whatever, right? Should be really easy. So, hey, Josh, welcome in. How's it going? Let's go probably create then another folder called effects. I really actually like designing or organizing the files this way. I think it's way better. Just organizing them by like the type of tile they are or type of file they are versus their class. So like normally what I did in other games like Lurden and Starground, I have a scenes folder and a scripts folder. But I'm not doing that anymore. Now I'm just like, this is where the UI goes, and these are the special tiles. So it includes scenes and scripts and stuff like that. I think it's just way better. Sounds are fine, because they're their own thing. And then maps, that's got stuff in there, fonts. And then effects are going to just have a bunch of scenes and scripts for doing different effects. So pretty easy. So this is going to be a CPU particle node. We'll call it a dust. We'll just start with a dust effect first, and then maybe do a more specific one. But this will help. I just came from home. Just came from school. He came home from school. It's okay. I can't talk either, so it's all good. Yeah. I'm glad I don't have to do school anymore. mean, of course, with not doing school comes other obligations, but I need to up the scale of the blob. Let's do a large blob. Let's do one that's like a 128 probably. Nah, maybe 64 would be good. Let's draw a blob. It's good enough for me. Oh god. Oh, put this in here. Sprites. PNGs. Boom. Currently doing screens and game objects, then directories in each where any scene will have its own directory, and if a script that next to it, yeah. Yeah, I think that's a really good way, like, yeah, organizing sort of by the, like, not like the technical classification, but like the, you know, like what does this object actually do in the game, right? I think it's just so much better. Besides that, still experimenting with so far. I'd say do keep locally relevant. Yeah, only Trez files and stuff with it. Yeah, it's so much easier to find. I've found where it's like, if I want to go like find a script for a tile, it's right next to where the tile scene is. So it's just so much more convenient. Because otherwise, if I had to find this script attached to Volcano tile, I'd have to go down to the scripts and go search for it. But now I don't have to do that. So I think that's already a big improvement. All right, let's get our dust blob big. Let's make it actually do dust stuff. No, I've asked about 100 times. Oh, no, it's all good. Yeah, they are the HyperX Alpha 2. These. So. They're not cheap, but it is insane how long the battery lasts. And for me, this is always the problem with my wireless headphones, is the battery dies. I never have issues with like the durability usually. The Astros kind of fell apart, but this one is built very simply. Like, I don't think it's going to fall apart unless I really screw something up. But yeah, the battery life is just wild. It's, I think it'll last a very long time. I hope. So. Yeah. Only thing I wish was that it was an open back headset. Also, I like that the mic is detachable. Thank God. If it was open back, I think they'd be like the perfect headphones. But that's my only complaint, really. The open back is a little annoying, but it's only a problem if you're streaming and stuff. So for most people, that's not really a concern. A lot of people probably don't want open back anyways, because with open back, you will hear things around you. So most of the time with headphones, the idea is that you don't want to hear the things around you. So just gonna set up a curve. I'll set the maximum to be like 3 times or something. Do our color ramp. Okay. I'll up the initial curve a little bit, but then make this one transparent and have it kind of fade in a tiny bit. And then this will be explosive. So time explosiveness. Like that. And we need way more particles here. Let's do like 64. That's pretty good, maybe 128 even. It's just supposed to be like a little dust cloud that comes in. Like when something poofs out of existence, right? Let's up that maximum speed. Maybe even like 500. Maybe even 600. Maybe even 700. That's better. I think this will work pretty well. And then we can also have a audio stream player alongside it, and we'll set this to one shot. So I'm just going to create kind of a generic script, generic particle, and it's going to do a couple things. So first off, I want to see, I'm just going to have a function check remove, right? And then connect both finished on the particle, check remove. So whatever gets done last, and let's say the sound, also say sound dot finish dot connect to check remove. And then on check remove, we just say if sound dot is not playing, right? Which means that it's been finished. And emitting is false, and not emitting, then we call queue free. So that's all we need to do. Boom. So now we can give this a sound. I don't have a poof sound, or actually I think I do. Because I imported the sounds from Blurred In, so we have... That'll work for now. So. And something I also want to do, just to make this easier, so I'm not having to like constantly do this manually. But I want to create this scene. I'm thinking about how I want to do this, because... With multiplayer, it's a little more complicated. I have to do it before the node actually gets deleted. We'll have to see. So let's see, Josh. 3 consecutive streams. Thank you so much. All right, locked in. Epic. Oh, yeah, Persona songs. Yeah. I think that was Zach's suggestion. Pretty epic. There are some pretty good Persona songs. So, yeah, how do I want to spawn these particles in? Because here's the thing. The way that the multiplayer works is that I use a spawner node to delete these tiles. So, like, what happens is on the server, it spawns in and does its stuff. But then also, I need to be prepared to do this when it dies. I guess it'll still call queue free on the client. So what I could just say is on tree exiting, right? On exit tree, and don't have to really do that for the volcano because those tiles aren't going to go away, at least for now. They will in the future. But for the cracked tile, I just call on function exit tree. We say global.spawn particle, pass in our global position and the type of particle, which we'll just say dust. Or I'm not going to say particle, I'm going to say spawn effect. Right. So TTT tung tung her effect dust. And that's all we do. Now I just go create this function. Should be pretty easy to do. Or spawn effect. And we have position, and we have effect ID. Now, I'm actually probably going to put this not into here, but over into our world node, because I don't think we're going to be spawning effects anywhere other than the world. So. All right. And now we just say, because we also want to say like a map dot add child, right? Effect true. It doesn't really have to be true. And then I want to say effect is equal to global dot effects dot scene at effect ID scene dot instantiate. Call that var effect. Add the effect. Everything should happen automatically. Then we got effect ID, so let's go create our effects table. I'm gonna move these into their own files soon. I'm just kind of putting them here for now. Right, just to make it easier. So ttt.effect.dust. And it's gonna have a scene attached, which will be the dust scene. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go try it out. Don't know if this is gonna work. It might. That's because I said global. I need to say global world. Let's try again. So it didn't seem to do anything. I did call an error, which is right here. It's saying parent node is busy setting up children. I don't know why, but we'll call deferred, I guess. Why is this not valid? Oh, I have to say like add child.call deferred, I think, and then put the thing in there. Okay. Oh, and I also have to say effect.global position equal to position. That should probably help. Still didn't seem to do it though. Let's go restart everything. We will get this to work. Dang, no particles spawned. Cracked tile. Maybe I can't do it on exit tree? I don't see why that wouldn't work though. TTT effect dust. Didn't throw an error, so it must have. Oh, I'm just stupid. I didn't actually set up the dust scene properly. Okay. I gotta set that song, the sound to autoplay. And then also for the particle, say on ready, emitting is true. Try that again. Should work now. Whoa, why was that so big? How big did I set this to be? It should just be normal. It should be 128 or 256 by 256. But that was like way bigger than that. Does that have any weird scale stuff set? No. Why is it so big? It's so much bigger than the tile. Is this tile smaller than I think it is? I don't think so. Weird. I don't know why that didn't work, but oh, let's freaking go, guys. New tiles dropped. Thank you, Zach. Just replace and now. Boom. New grass. Let's go. Zach is the goat, guys. Why is it so big? This must be like half of the size then. Let's see, rectangle. Particles will be emitted in the area of the rectangle. Doesn't make any sense. Well, we can set it to 128. Let's try that. Why is it still so big? Okay, let me restart the game. It's just odd. I don't know why it's so big. I mean, that's a better size, but it's still really big. I mean, that's the size I would expect, is that it's like the size of the tile. But why? I don't know why it's like that. The tiles are not 128. Am I crazy? Let's go look at the world scene and just make sure. Like, if we look at our grid, the tile size is 256. Like, I'm not crazy, guys. And in here, texture region, 256. I know that it's 256. I don't think that this is, like, scaled or anything, right? That would be weird. No. It must be radius or something, then. Like, it's... Because otherwise it just doesn't make any sense, so... Yeah. Let's scale this down a bit. Sand done too? Let's freaking go. Yeah, we can work on getting that implemented so we can spawn in sand tiles too. Well, let's bring this down to 64 then for the radius. So it should be more like that. And set it to one shot again. We'll go give that a try. Yeah, I mean, it is going outside the square in the scene, but it's not like going that. See, because now I have it set to 1/4. Or less than 1/4. 1/8 of the tile, and it's still like going to the edges of the tile, you know what I mean? So clearly there's something a little weird with the scaling on those particles, but I don't know. I do also need to be able to set the depth on this particle, so back into world. When I say spawn effect, I also want to say depth. It's an int. I think it has to be an integer. Will just be 0 or whatever, because I think that's what these are by default. Yeah. And then we just say effect dot z-index is equal to depth. So then on the crack, I want this to spawn in at -1, so it goes below the symbols. So we'll give that a try. Let's go, guys. We got the sand. Freaking epic. Call it new sand. Nice. I'm excited to try those out. Okay, let's start game. Okay, that's better. Now that it's so much smaller, I think it's too dense, so let's decrease the number of particles. Might not update unless I actually restart the game. I think so. Yeah, 32 is probably plenty. Might even like decrease the scale amount and stuff. Do more like that. Let's give it a try. And we'll probably change the crack. It's not going to be dust. I'm just kind of getting this effect system set up a little bit, but we'll want that to be like chunks of earth crumbling, right? But it does work. And I'll probably do another animation on the hole opening up too. Unless we want to do like a custom animation for this, which we totally can, where we can actually animate the chunks of the ground on the crack like falling away. So if we want to do that, we totally can. But, you know, we'll see. It's kind of a lot of work to animate stuff. For now, I think just a little particle effect is okay. Yeah, this is what's nice about these special tiles being their own scenes and their own nodes, right? Is that I can control, I can do a lot of cool things with them. They can move around and animate and do all sorts of stuff, so it's kind of nice. Alrighty. So those effects are working. I do want to do the same thing with like the fire spawning in, right? So like on the fire tile, we can say animation erupt. We can see what that looks like. So now it just kind of spawns in like that. So whenever the lava goes over, that's going to be important. So the lava will destroy everything. The only thing is the lava will have to keep track of whether it's cleared a tile or not. So... yeah, we'll have to do that. Let's create a new script for lava tile. Also, something I need to make sure is that these signals are not connecting on the clients, like for the volcano. Yeah, none of this stuff should ever happen on a client, right? That would be bad if it did. But I think we're good. I'm checking if it's the server here. Okay. Creates all the lava. Cool. And then let's go into the lava tile. So I'm just going to have a property on the lava tile that's like function spawn fire, right? It'll be false by default, but then the volcano will tell it, right? If that was set to true. Oops, var spawn fire. And then go into the volcano. And if I want to do clear special tiles, and I'm going to actually return something, whether it succeeded or not, right? So it'll return a bool. And then if var tile cleared is false, if it does actually successfully clear a tile, then we'll return true. Now, I have to make sure there's actually a tile there. I mean, what happens if it tries to call that and there's not a tile there? Weird. Because it'll call special tile nodes clear. Yeah, I'll have to make sure. I'll just say if tile data at chord. Oh, because I just say... no, I say erase. Okay, so this is what's returning here. Here, can I check array, like what that does there? Because I think erase will return something back as well. No, it doesn't. Okay. Well, I'll just say this. If special tile... no. Tile data at index coordinate at index special tiles does not have our tile ID, then we just return instantly. Return false, right? So, and then at the end we return true because then that means we actually did clear a tile there. All right, so now that's done, and then back in over here, clear special tiles for all of them. We'll say if that was successful, then tile cleared is equal to true, and return tile cleared. Okay. Pretty easy. Pop returns. Yeah, I mean, I could just pop it instead of erasing it and then check if it was valid and just throw it away, but it's just easier to do it this way. All right. So then, finally, I can go check back in the volcano, right? So as long as there's a tile there, and then if we have cleared tiles at that position, I want to go ahead and set that data. So, so what I'll have to do is this. Tile cleared is that. And then on set special tile, if it succeeds, I want to return that node. What is this? It should only run on server. Don't know why I would check that there. Do I call that anywhere else? I don't think so. Because that's what update tile data is, right? Yeah, because that only calls if server. Place symbol only happens on the server also. Yeah, that should only ever be ran on the server, so. Okay. And then right in here, as long as everything succeeded, right? Then I'm going to say update that, the RPC, and return special tile. So it's going to return a variant, because it can return null if it's not a valid tile. Which it should be. Actually, is it even possible for it to ever return not a tile? Because if it has one, it clears it. There's no early returns or anything, so it's guaranteed to happen. So we'll just return a special tile data type. Okay. Because what happens is if you put another tile down on a spot that already has a tile, it just creates a new one. Instead of like just not doing anything. We can always change that behavior if we feel like it. All right, so now we save our lava is that, and if tile was cleared, or we can just say lava dot whatever, tile cleared spawn fire is equal to whether we cleared a tile. So now the lava knows it's supposed to create a fire tile behind. So I want to go ahead and say on function exit tree, and then say if. So usually I do a lot of that inside of the node. Like in here, I do that with the fire. Whenever a round ends. I might do that inside of the node itself. We'll decide. But right here, right? If it's a fire tile, I say remove symbol. And I clear the fire. But if tile ID is equal to ttt.tile.lava, and then I want to say if this is where I need to actually get that tile. Okay. A special tile node is going to have a dictionary of multiple. So I do need to reference tile ID. Then check if spawn fire. Then I want to say set special tile on coordinate with ttt tile fire. Okay, let's go see if this works. Actually, I need to add in volcanoes again. So back into the map. Let's go draw a volcano. So we're going to see if deleting these cracked tiles generates fire. It should. Let's see what happens. So we wait for the volcano to erupt. So boom. Ooh, it's not happening. What happened here? So I did that, I called next turn, and then round ended. So I did that here. Invalid assignment of property or key tile ID. And set special tile. Ooh. Oh, did I not set the scene properly or something for the lava? Maybe that's what happened. No, I got the lava tile. Oh, I didn't make it extend special tile. Duh. It's not actually a special tile. Let's try that again. Okay, watch this, guys. So the lava killed those tiles. It's funny because it still does the poof. We'll have to figure that out. And then next round, those two spots should become fire, which they do. Epic. So that's the way the lava works, is if it destroys a tile in its path, then once the lava's gone, it becomes a fire tile. I just want fire to actually like spawn. So I think this should be good. Also like how the fire like actually animates now and stuff. It's round over, so game over, so the round didn't continue. But yeah, it seems pretty cool. Alrighty. We really need to make an options menu because it's getting a little annoying, all the dings. So I might do that right now. So I have a bunch of scenes in here I think that I'm not putting in properly. Like the spin panel should go in there. The windscreen. Those aren't really... Option panel should go in there. The main menu's not like really UI. It's hard to say. Boom. Put those guys in there. All right. All right. We are getting there. Let's create an options menu. What do I want to base it around? I guess sort of like the escape menu. Just duplicate this guy, call an options menu. Multiple options. So we'll call it options, plural, menu. This type of UI extends menu. So regular menu. It's not a pop-up menu. Okay. Let's get rid of all this crap. I guess a lot of this we keep. Settings. Settings and options are like... I feel like... Well, I mean, they're pretty synonymous with each other, but... I don't know. I feel like options makes more sense than settings, but I don't know. Options or settings, let's see. Options is more generic and settings are more technical. I feel like that's the way that I think about it, where like a setting is like, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it probably just depends on... I don't think anyone ever thinks about it. If I see the word options, I wouldn't ever think about it. I'm not going to be like, wow, they did options instead of settings? It just wouldn't even cross my mind. I don't care. Why is this here? Why is this node here? I don't know. Let's get rid of it, though. All right, so we got the VBox now, and we're going to put this all inside of a scroll container. Eventually, we'll put this into a tab container. But you know what, I'm just going to put the tab container down now because it's going to be annoying to have to put this in later and then re-reference all the nodes. So there we go. Center. And expand. Scroll containers, expanding, and then VBox should expand. All right, we're just gonna call this general settings. Oops, that's the tab container. All right. We'll break the game. No. Yeah, it's like or isn't there like a coconut model or something in like Counter-Strike or something that breaks everything if you delete it? It's stupid. I gotta be careful. So let's just start with some sliders, I think. Probably gonna go import the slider scripts I did inside of Lured In. Oh, the coconut's not real? Oh, but the cow is real? Okay. Crazy. Let's go grab our slider nodes. Snooze the ad. Freaking hate ads, guys. Stupid and dumb. Load in, hurry up, load. Remove the coconut and play the game, but you cannot remove the fake cow model. Okay. Very interesting. And then I want slider. Bus sliders, specifically the one, which funny enough, it's actually not extended from anything. That's fine. All right, there we go. And yeah, that just saves all those settings. So now, unfortunately, guys, we have to implement saving and loading because we've just added in something that now needs to be saved and loaded. So, guess we're cooked. Gonna make this option panel a little bit larger. Not saving and loading. Yeah. It's not really that hard. I've done it a bunch. I did it in Lured In. It was pretty easy. I do want to work, though, on a better way to save. And I have an idea. I see the last Blue Sky post. I don't think I did. Let's go see. I might have. I can't remember. Oh, I went to the wrong... Sorry, guys. What is this? New game? A lot of games. Oh yeah, I think I saw that a while ago. Alright, let's check it out. I'm trying to fix my saving system. How's it going? It's turning to a new saga. It's trying to save a function. Ooh. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's bad. You never want to save code, because that's how you get malware. I love malware. I don't love malware. It's pretty bad. Also gonna make a new bus called UI. Because I like being able to mute the UI sounds. Now, something I need to decide. Am I gonna do... Nah, this will be fine. So for these nodes specifically, I think I want to put this under another VBox container and create like some columns, right? So actually, I'll make this one an HBox container. Also, I need to put my Invisalign in. Let's do that. Okay. The JSON encoder can't even save a function. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. But another problem, I need to iterate over the tables to check for objects and transform them into unique IDs. Yeah. That's the reason I do the table system, right? In all of the games I make. Because it's really nice to know, like, what is supposed to be, like, a defined object that gets saved and what is, like, a transient object at runtime, you know? I need to create a recursive function. I don't have time for that. I'm much busy. I hate recursive functions, but sometimes they are kind of useful, though. I hate to say it, but it's true. So all the sliders now go into the middle VBox, and then we're going to add a bunch of labels over here. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad, I feel like. Okay, so this slider is going to be not master, SFX, music, and ooey. And then we copy the same things. Copy. Paste as child, paste as child, paste as child, paste as child, paste as child. Oh god. Master. SFX. Music. UI. Okay. Thank you for snoozing the ad. My savior. And the value label goes on the right side, so. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Let's go, Manisha Game Dev. Thank you so much. Crazy big raid. Yeah, how's it going? What's everybody up to today? We're just working on getting an options menu set up in a little prototype game I'm working on. Just connecting some nodes. Ah, game jamming. Very cool. What's the jam? Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Then we gotta set all these. Music. Wait, that's not music. That should be sound effects. Oh, the Connor C Live. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I can show off this game we've been working on in just a second here. I'm just setting these up to do expand. These will need to be set to expand. Actually, those ones shouldn't be, but those ones should. Yeah. Hopefully, hopefully it doesn't all crash the second I launch this. We'll see what happens. I think I need to put in the bus names, and then we should be good to go. Music and UI. All right, let's give this a try. Hopefully it works. It's my own community jam. Let's go. Yeah, that's really awesome. Theme is unstable. Let's go. Yeah, I did one of those a while ago. It's always really fun, I think. We did like one that was an incremental jam, which is cool. And yeah, I also always do participate in my own jams. I always go in like you can I think on itch you can disqualify an entry. I always do that because I don't want to win my own jam. That's not. That's kind of stupid. But yeah, that's very cool. So this is the game that I've been messing with. It's just sort of in the prototype phase right now, but this is called Tic-Tac-Toe. It's sort of like a spin on regular tic-tac-toe. You can play with more people. You can do more than 2 people. Unlimited people, really, if you think about it. But it's a turn-based game. You each place down pieces and try and win the game. Try and hit the score cap first, right? So there's all these different special tiles on the map. So these are crumbly tiles. When you form a combo over on top of those, they crumble away and form a hole. The volcano just erupted, though, and destroyed it, so you didn't actually get to see the hole. The sprites on this are temporary, but yeah, volcanoes are another tile. Every 8 rounds, they erupt and shoot out a line of lava that destroys everything in its path. They're gone now. And then any tile that it does destroy in its path, it spawns in a fire tile. Fire tiles, they spread. So, like, if I make this and form a combo here, I just got 5 points, so I won, but ignore that. But then the fire spreads to the combo that I just did. Yeah, it's coming along. Obviously, this game is boring when it's just me in the lobby, but it's a multiplayer game, so that's normally how it's supposed to be played. I'm just testing the mechanics of everything. We did have some sand down here, but I changed the tile set system. I didn't want to have to draw 47 tiles, so we're using a 15 tile set, the dual grid tile set system. So we've got like a real grid and then a secondary one that's offset. It's a pretty good way of doing it. Anyone that wants to do tile set stuff, I'd recommend looking into it because it means a lot less drawing time. So but yeah, this looks great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. But yeah, it's been coming along. It's all these different lobby settings you can do. We're probably going to set it up so that you can do like a workshop maps. So you can make your own map, upload it to the workshop, and then download them. I also need to set up lobby matchmaking. And the way I think I want to do that is I'm just going to have a button on the main menu that's like quick join. And it'll try and automatically find a valid lobby for you to join. But if it doesn't find anything, then it just like prompts you to make your own lobby. That way, I've noticed in a lot of games like this where there's lobbies, you end up getting way too many open lobbies and nobody ever joins them. Like I was playing Mecha Chameleon like 2 days ago or whatever, and it took so long for people to get into our lobby. And part of the problem, I think, is that there's no like quick join ability in Mecha Chameleon. So I would like to fix that because it's kind of annoying. And obviously, I'm not expecting this game to do as well as Mecha Chameleon, so if there's only like 20 people playing the game, we need to be able to get those people connected to the same lobbies. So I think that should help a lot. But yeah, we're going to dive into all that eventually. Snooze this ad. It's like all these different options. Yeah, I think options are going to be really fun to play with. I need to change this menu so it actually shows the symbols. But it does show them over here, but this is a stupid, ugly way to select them. I think I'll have another tab up here that shows like an image of the symbol that you choose and then arrows to select between them, so. Yeah, is that a right praise me, big boy of the games? Yeah. I really, yeah, it sucks when that happens. And that's not the only game that happens with, you know, there's so many lobby games like that. It's really annoying. And I've been looking through all the APIs of Steam. I think it seems pretty straightforward, like on the Godot Steam documentation, because they have a whole section in here for matchmaking. And then when you create a lobby, you're able to, you know, just set the lobby type as public. So, as far as I can tell, I should be able to implement matchmaking just fine. But yeah, I gotta mess with that. Gotta head off, but I'll be sure to catch you around. Sounds good. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate it. I'll have to come in at some time, see what you've been up to. Yeah, have a good rest of your day. So yeah, we got the options menu set up. I can't actually open it yet. I have to go configure that in the code. I've been thinking about how I want to... I guess I'll do the same way I did it in Lured In. I can't remember if I set up like special code to be able to do the options menu. I have to go look. I do get a reference to the options menu, so that's making me think that I do some fancy business, like with toggle options menu. Yeah. I should have all that same code over in here. I just temporarily disabled it because there was no options menu, I think. But now I can add that back in. Let's call this class name options menu. So now we got that in there. And then on toggle options menu, we can do all that stuff, and that should work, I hope. So let's see what happens now. And then I think I have it set where if I go into the escape menu and I press that button, on options pressed, it calls toggle option menu. Let's give this a try. Let's go into the escape menu. On options pressed, toggle options menu, so it should actually work now. And then let's just go copy the code from the options menu too. I do think the way I did all the UI inside of Lured In was pretty good, so I might as well keep doing it the same way. And then this one, we gotta call TTT. We don't use region IDs, now I just use a global game state. So global dot current game state. Game state dot menu. Then go ahead and do that. And I think that should all be fine. Options manager. Not worried about that stuff right now. Reset minigame tutorials. I don't need that anymore. All right, let's give this a try. It does itchy. Okay, so I hit options and nothing happens because I'm stupid. It's usually the answer. Forgot to add the options menu into our UI. That would help a little bit, I imagine. That needs to go underneath the pop-up menu. Okay, so now if I hit host and I hit options, nothing happens. And that's probably because I didn't actually connect up the signal to open the options menu. Yep. So we need to connect this up to... actually, we already have options pressed. Boom. Let's try this one more time, guys. And then now we can finally add an options button to the main menu. Holy crap, guys. This is insane. It still doesn't go back to the escape menu when I go out of the options menu, so we got to fix that, but I don't think that's going to be that hard. I'll just do what I did and lure it in. So into the main menu, let's add a new button. Duplicate options. Not gonna do that. Connect to this. UI manager dot toggle options menu. Let's give this a try. It says host. Let's fix that. Options. So now we hit that. Boom. Options menu. Finally. Now it's inverse for some reason, so I know exactly what's wrong. It's really easy to fix. Because I checked if it was equal to menu. Pretty sure I need to do the opposite. I think. Yo, Adagon, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? We're getting a lot of raids today. What's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Where is this? Oh, I think it's in the menu class. Here we go. No, wait, that's not right. I think it is in the options menu. Here we go. So I have to say if it's not equal to the menu, then do that. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. Drew some desk decorations and avatars for people. Nice. That's awesome. I'm just working on getting some more UIs and stuff set up for Tactic-Toe right now. We got the options menu working, so you can hit that and it opens up this. I'm just kind of reusing... Whoa, whoa. That's a big volume. Just kind of using the same code from Lured In, because I might as well. It's the same stuff anyway, so... but yeah, it's coming along. Oh yeah, I got the link, epic. Let's go. Yeah, I got all the little guys. Got cop, nice, nice. Very cool. Gorley, Pomo. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm also gonna probably put up an announcement on this on the Discord very soon, but we have a new Starground wiki, by the way, guys. And it's way better than the old one. So yeah, it's on here now, the same place where the Lured In wiki is. And that's Adagon did all this, so I do really appreciate it. That's way better than the old one was. 'Cause yeah, the old one kind of sucks. It's barely got any information. I think one of the big problems with this wiki is like there's no automated like tool or anything to update the wiki with just basic information, you know? And so it's just kind of a pain. I'm assuming that you probably set up some kind of script that just reads in the PCK of the game and automatically generates and updates the wiki, but I don't know for sure how it's set up. Let's see, also Abdi, welcome in. Rook Rules, welcome in. Yeah, I've been setting up stuff. Create an API token now as well to hook up to scripts. Oh, very cool, yeah. Because yeah, I mean, if like, I don't want to like make you have to update it all the time and stuff. So if it's something that I can just run on my end after I put up a new update for a game, then I'm totally fine doing that. But yeah. It's very cool though. It's actually got like all the info. It's epic. Like it shows you can just click on wood and it shows what you can make with it and what you can build and research and stuff. It's actually useful. Yeah. I'll try to make a Godot extension. Yeah, that'd be really cool if I could just pop it into the engine and update it that way. But yeah. Burgundy is so tiny. But yeah, I think this is going to be a lot more useful wiki now. So, it's very epic. Oh yeah, I gotta do the donation stuff because I know that you've set up a donation thing in here, so I will definitely do that. But, oh, is this Patreon? Oh, I didn't even realize. Yeah, it is. So yeah, I'll donate because I appreciate it. It's very nice being able to have a spot to put a bunch of wikis on, so. But yeah. Alert in wiki and stuff is epic. Yeah, I don't think there's the deep sea in here yet. I'm assuming that it'll probably be a similar thing with this, using like a script or a GD extension to just import all the data from tables and stuff. Yeah. I can say personally I've played games like that where I'm like, okay, what can I use stone for? Yeah. I think it's nice to always have a source like this of info. I mean, I think the best kind of game design is to make it work without a wiki, you know, but there's been plenty of times when I hit a wall and having a wiki that I can just go through and like get spoilers on is really useful. Just being like, okay, what do I even use this freaking biofuel stuff for, and then I can go figure it out, you know. So yeah, and it's so much more filled out than it ever was on Mirahis. It's kind of insane. I didn't know that we'd have 446 pages. I guess there is a lot of stuff in Starground, honestly. I never really think about it, but yeah. Add more fish to the coral reef. I do want to do that, yeah. There's still so many more fish I have on our list. Wherever that is. In here. Like under features, I have all of these guys still. So I definitely will add more in. Then a bunch of miscellaneous ones I haven't categorized yet, so I probably will throw these in, like like Traffish Scott. I'll have to put him in. Yeah. Yeah, I have to update the alerting pages a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I think a way to automate the construction of wikis like this is definitely the way to go, right? Because I mean, traditional wikis like this with Mirahis can work if you have an enormous community behind a game. You know, for something like The Binding of Isaac or Minecraft, there's thousands and millions of people playing those games. It's just, it's really easy to have communities build up stuff like this, but it's not practical when you don't have that many people playing the game, right? So yeah. Like 80 of that is patch notes, so yeah, that makes sense. You can only fish 4 fish and the rest is pots. That's true, yeah, I definitely will add more, so. That's one thing I want to focus on with 1.2 also with Lurden is just more fish everywhere. Now that we're not, I'm probably going to not do a new zone in 1.2 just so I can focus on other things that are more important right now. Needs a touch everything achievement. Oh yeah. Well, let's see the desk decorations. Hey yo, we got the Starground guys. Epic. Face spray, Beetle Ball. Let's go. Replicat guy. The cursed real photograph of the Godot guy. Yeah, the paper robot. That's sick. Yeah, this is from Dobbs, from his paper robot game. I wish I could have done the skin more justice, because like the problem with the way that the skins work in Starground is it maps to like the shape of the Starground guy, so it's really hard to like change his body because I'd have to reanimate all of the UVs, which suck so bad. UV animation is like the worst animation I've ever done in my life. Thank you for the hydrate. Because yeah, he's got like a little antenna, and like his like feet is just like a little rod with some wheels, I think. But yeah, one day I'll try and figure that out. I don't know. We do have translations for items already, but I don't know if implementing that would be too much work for not enough reward. Yeah, it's true. You could like automatically fill, because we have the big CSV files with all of the translation data for both Lurden and Starground. So you could probably pretty easily just like set a language and then it'll translate a lot of these different terms in here. But yeah. Maybe, I don't know what your plans are in translation stuff. I imagine that's a little less important right now than just getting it easy to create the wikis, but yeah. Starground blog, yeah. Yeah, Ravioli here from the Atagon raid. Let's go. Yeah, translation coming at some point. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, and probably automating that process or making that easy too would be great, right? Being able to just like drag and drop a big CSV of all the keys, I imagine, is the way to go. So, yeah. I'll put up an announcement on Discord and be like, hey guys, we got a new Starground wiki. The old one is gone forever now. This old one never really had any anything important on it. Like you find like a uncompleted page so fast. Like you click on buildings and like one of these buildings and then it's just there's no page for it. Some of these do have pages, but you quickly run into something like this that just is completely unfinished, which is stupid. Just want to get activity pub implementations so people can mention stuff from Mastodon. Oh, okay. Interesting. Activity pub. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's like a networking thing. A decentralized social networking protocol. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Interesting. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Yeah, protocol used for social media is to send posts to each other. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that sounds very interesting. Gotta love open source stuff. It's very cool. Yeah, so you can connect that through Mastodon then, because that uses that API. That framework, whatever. And then this is just like a blue sky. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So then you could just directly like mention stuff like that. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. Neat. But yeah, thanks again for doing the wiki. It's just so much better than what we had before. So yeah, pretty neat. Everybody support Biolume wikis on Patreon. Yeah, you can mention the page or wiki like it's a user. That's really cool, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if enough like apps connected to that kind of thing, it could be really awesome. Being able to just be like, mention this thing as a user, yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, very cool. Cool stuff. You're always working on really cool things. Yeah, anyways, I think the options are working. I need to fix the spacing here. Let's go fix that. Where is it? Options menu. And then I need to set all these to expand. Do fill vertical. It didn't work for some reason. Oh, I didn't set expand. Okay. There we go. And then I don't know why these numbers are insane. Oh, it's because the maximum value is set to way too big. Okay. We want those to be 0.01. Here, why am I... I do really like that Godot lets you select multiple nodes and, like, mass edit properties. Thank God it does that. Oh, would you be interested in a Discord webhook support, by the way? Oh, yeah. The idea to do it where it says in a channel when someone makes a change to the wiki. That would be really cool. I would love to be able to do stuff like that. I just, like... I don't know how. But yeah, being able to like connect that up to a Discord channel that just automatically updates people on like when wiki stuff changes, that'd be really cool. I've also wanted to someday like get it set up so you could also like use a bot on Discord to get wiki information. So you could call like /wiki, because we actually were messing with that with this Gearbert bot. I don't think it actually works right now. I have no idea. But you could like call get wiki and then like type in the name of a page or something and just retrieve. So like if you want to know like stuff about wood, it'll show up this little box, right? And you can, yeah, I don't think it works. It's kind of broken. But something like that would also be really cool. I have no idea how that kind of thing works, but I imagine you could just create a generic bot that you can just like put some settings into as like a server administrator. Yeah, Bioloom bot or whatever that you could ask, you know, query a wood or whatever, or, yeah, query a page from a wiki. I think something like that could be really neat. Because yeah, I'd like the Discord server to be more useful, you know what I mean? I think that's an issue I always feel like with gaming, like game-related Discord servers, is like you join them and there's nothing really that you can do there. You know, like you can chat with people, I guess. Really the only thing I ever do in game development Discords is, or not game development, but just, you know, video game Discords is like get pings for updates. But if you could like also access the wiki and do other cool things, I feel like that would be kind of nice. So, but yeah, just ideas. Don't want to throw on all these things though and pile up your workload, but yeah, I do think it could be neat one day. Ooh, this is not happy. Oh, it's because I'm just gonna ignore that stuff right now. That doesn't matter. I feel like these like sliders are not fully... I guess that's just how they are. Okay. I just feel like there's a tiny little bit of the background still at the end. I just need to adjust that with the theme. The backlog must grow. Yes, yes. I have so many things on my like backlog of projects and stuff I've been wanting to do, but it's so many. The backlog is never ending. But one day. So let's actually test this out. If I drop SFX then... Yeah, it actually does work. Okay, good. So now I can mute the dings. Finally, guys. We can test in peace. Thank God. Oh, my tiles. Yeah, I really need to create a different type of destruction on the tiles, because right now if one of the player tiles breaks, it does the same animation as if you did a combo, which I think is a little confusing. But it'd be cool if like it actually like, you know, like it exploded or something different for when it gets destroyed by an environmental situation. So we'll have to look into that. Whoa. Twitter. I'll look at that later. Yeah, the volcano. We can do the animations on the volcano now too. I like doing this where I have these like predefined. I've never done this before, but I think it seems pretty useful. Just being able to call a function to animate something. you know, with the tweens and the shake and all that stuff set up automatically. But I can just now call this like animation squash, and then say like the squash amount. That seems kind of useful. Do you only use Godot? Because I use Unity. I pretty much exclusively use Godot now. There was a time where I was kind of transient in between different engines. I was still doing some game maker stuff and also dabbling with Unity, but now I've sort of settled down and just use Godot. So I did use Unity for a little while because I was making a 3D horror game called Bounding Main. Actually, there's still some devlogs on the YouTube channel. This game. But yeah, I don't know. I think there was a lot of problems with Bounding Main, honestly. It wasn't just the fact that I was using Unity. I think first off, I had like very little modeling experience, so I sucked at 3D modeling. Also, I was jumping from both 2D, like I was using Game Maker and 2D before that, and so I jumped from doing two-dimensional Game Maker to a brand new engine and new dimension. I know it's just like a bad idea. I should have taken it a little slower and just, you know, kept some familiarity, but I didn't. So that was kind of a big problem. And also, I think just the way that I designed Bounding Main was stupid. I never really had a very good plan going into it. So these devlogs kind of suck, because like half of them are just my webcam, because I hated editing. And trying to gather up footage was really boring. But yeah, I definitely made lots of mistakes with Bounding Main. One day, Deadlift will come out. It'll be the redemption of Bounding Main, 3D horror game. Yeah, you're creating horror game? Yeah. Horror is pretty fun to work on, but it's hard though. Man, why is this short so like controversial? I don't know. Every day I get like 3 comments on this one short that I did about shaders in Godot. And I don't know why people are just so toxic. I've never had a short be this like the comment section be this evil. But yeah. People are angry. I said in this video shaders are cool and people should use shaders more because they are cool and people should use them more. But it's so conflicted in here. Some people hate shaders with a burning passion for some reason. I don't know why. Some people think it looks disgusting with pixel art. I mean, that's fair, I guess, if you are like a pixel purist, but shaders look weak. Yeah, I don't know. And some people think like people don't have graphics cards, which I think they just don't understand how computers work. Like there was a time many decades ago where you had a computer with just a CPU and you would do your UI, like your GUI rendering on the CPU. That doesn't happen anymore. Like if you don't have a graphics card anymore in modern day times, you just can't run an OS. Like if you're able to run Windows or Linux, then you have at least an integrated graphics card in your CPU, right? But like there's so many people saying like, well then nobody's going to be able to play your game because they don't have graphics cards. I don't know, man. Anyways. I've never had anyone play Lured In and have an issue with the shaders on PC. There was some weird web things, but that's because it was web. But I want to see your trailer. If it's a YouTube link, I can check it out really quick. Depends on how long it is. We'll see. I don't go to any third-party links, though. Or links I'm not familiar with, because it's scary. Could I do advanced AI for my monster that can hide and wait and jump out of you? I was doing a very similar thing with Bounding Main, too. I wanted, like, the alien to kind of, like, change over time as you played throughout the game. but I was too stupid to be able to pull it off. I just didn't know how to do it properly. I can modify this animation later to do a different axis, but right now I'm just going to do the y-axis. So change it to amount. Then we'll do some shake. And I wonder if I should like keep these things as separate. Like maybe I shouldn't include shake in these animations. Depends on how high level I want these to be, I guess. We'll see. I might remove these shake function calls at some point and make it so I have to call that separately. I will decide. Okay, so this I want to immediately set to the squash amount. And then we will slowly set it back up to 1.0 over the course of like 0.5 seconds. I don't know if I want to do elastic, but we could try spring, just see what it does. Let's go try it out. Let's see, is this a YouTube link? I can check it out really quick. Oh, yeah, you gotta... I would try and remove that blue square. It's a little distracting. A gun. Whoa. And you said you're doing this all in Unity? It's like a pizzeria. Is this the first game that you've done? Coming soon. 8/20. Tomorrow. Crazy. Yeah, pretty cool. Not my first ever game? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, looking pretty good. Let's see, Oshik is looking at AI implementation. Discovered 4G AI. 4th generation AI. Yeah, from Angband. 4G AI. What's this? It's like a type of... What is this forum? I thought it mentioned it in here. That's for Angband players. So what is it? I don't want to use the bad AI to learn about the AI. Wait, what is it? 4G AI. Oh. Check ASCII Dreams. What is ASCII Dreams? Oh, this? Yeah. There we go. Angband Monster AI. Interesting. Had any... So yeah, just an algorithm. So what's the 4th? Care by discriminating against certain classes, spells, make monsters suppress their most useful attack. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, pretty neat. It's crazy how much like information there is like this on the internet that like people just kind of forget is here, you know? People are like constantly reinventing the wheel every time, but like if you spend a little bit of time and find write-ups like this, they can be super useful. Like I remember like, you know, just even like for the dungeon generation in Starground, I kind of based it around like the way that they did the dungeon generation in The Binding of Isaac. Because they already went through it and did the hard work. So I was like, I'll just do that. You know? It's a pretty detailed article series. Began no implementation, so I'm left confused. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. Emergence. Interesting. Yeah. AI behaviors like that are a big rabbit hole. There's so many different ways that you could design it. I think another big thing too is like, it depends so much on the kind of game you're making, right? So, imagine there's a lot of similarities when it comes to a roguelike. But even a roguelike, I feel like could have enough variance to do it in a completely different way, you know? Very important thing, one of these articles says, intelligent AI lets the player know they're doing something custom. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, one thing that I think is problematic with AI like that is when you play against an AI component for long enough, you start to kind of notice its patterns and its algorithm a lot. It is something I'm going to be diving into with Tactic Toe, because I think I want to do single player AI. So you can play against like a, you know, fake player. By the way, if anyone doesn't know, we don't mean AI as in generative AI. The real AI, the cool AI. The example they used was a lone survivor calling for reinforcement that actually works. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, as in the enemy behavior. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's neat. Yeah, this is a pretty big write-up. So all these different... There's a bunch of stuff down here. Oh, and they did release this. I don't know if this is, It says it's been released. Oh, is it like a part of this project or whatever? Okay. 2009, that's before you were born? Oh yeah, that's crazy. That's when my brother was born. Yeah. That's crazy. Roguelike stuff seems kind of like being like an archaeologist. Like you're having to dive into all these old forums from like 20 years ago and uncover secrets. You know? It's kind of crazy. Yeah. It's definitely cool though. Okay, so these are working. I'll go through and reskin all these theme elements. I don't like how the tab container looks and stuff. Actually, funny enough, I don't think I ever changed it in Lured In. I think it's still just the default tab theme. So maybe one day I'll do that though. Avatar image, I didn't see, but yeah. Oh yeah, I was doing the animation. I completely forgot what I was doing. The volcano animation. Oh god. So for the squash, I think that's everything, and then I just call this from the volcano whenever it erupts. So I'll say on eruption. Now the only thing is I'll have to call this as an RPC right here on update visuals, which is actually really easy because it'll update for the server too. So right here we call I want it to be frame 2. So animation squash. Let's set it to 0.5 squash. And now also for the volcano sprite, I need to offset it because otherwise it's going to be like weird. I'm going to push this down, maybe just do -64 and then move the position down to positive 64. Give that a try. Let's see what this looks like. Mute the sounds. Yeah, I need to implement my save load system. So now it does that. That was a pretty extreme squash, so I might chill out a little bit with that. Maybe let's go to like 0.75. Try that again. What is going on upstairs, bro? Boy. Yeah, that was better. And then I think did I set it to spring? I did. I don't even really notice the spring happening. We can try elastic though, see if we notice that. I can actually just stay on the same thing. No! I have to replay. That was worse. Also, I'm not doing an ease. That might be part of the problem too, because it should ease out. Let's try elastic again now that it's doing that. I'll have to replay. It's really hard to notice now that it's easing. I think I need to now increase the squish. And we're also going to do particles on this volcano too for when it erupts. You know, it'll look cool. Where did that fire just come from? I guess this must be there in the map. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll keep tweaking all these animations. I just want to get like the code in place to do them, you know? And then like we'll go back and fine tune everything. But yeah, really the goal right now for this first month or two is just systems. Get the systems in place. Do the fine tuning later. So we got the options now. So anyways, let's talk about the saving and loading, right? Because I've been thinking about this for a while. You know, how do I do this in a way that's like easy and automated? Because I'm tired of having to manually write down every single variable I want to save in multiple places. I have to write it in the spot where I load it. I have to write it in the spot where I save it. And I also have to connect it up and write it into the button. Annoying, stupid, right? Too much work. So I've been thinking, I think what I can do instead is create a new global script. Now I see two ways of going about this to make a more automated saving and loading system, right? So first off, our first option, we have a global script, right? And this will have just variables in here. And then I have another script that accesses this global script and reads in the variables and saves and loads them, right? So that's one route. And so all I would have to do is just put down a variable in there, and then we get static typing and all the positives that comes with that easy. Next kind, we have a function that tries to save a variable. So we can say button.save, you know, and then pass in like a key and the value. So we have our key and then a value for what that thing should be. And then we have another function dot load, right? And then we just put in the key and that's it. So that's another option. Then we wouldn't really need this file anymore because it all kind of handles it automatically and dynamically, but there's some problems with this route. First off, it's not as convenient as having a script that has these because you won't get static typing this way unless you create a different save and load function for every type of variable you're saving and loading, which, you know, is possible. I can do that, but it's kind of annoying. I don't want to have to do that really. So I'm honestly thinking I'm leaning more toward this route where X this one out, where we just have a big list of variables. I can type them and do whatever I want in here. And then at the beginning and end of loading and, you know, closing a game, we just modify this list, right? So when we call load, we just cycle through each of these variables and sets it with whatever data we have stored on the file over here, right? And then on save, we just read every variable in here and then we go put it in a file. So it means that all of this stuff is just in here. Whenever I want to add in a new option or a new thing that gets saved in the game, I just toss it in here and it just works. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do any new code. So I think that would be probably kind of convenient. So let's try it out. We're going to create a new script. We're going to call it save load. And then we need to create a global, right? And this is going to be what we access for those variables. So I'd like it to be sort of a short name, just so I don't have to write out a bunch of words. Something very easy to type. So instead of save load, I don't think there's anything that's save. I might even just make the global like capital data, but I don't want it to get confused with other things too. So I might just call it SL. So we can just call SL.property. And that's how we retrieve our data. That's the only downside to doing it that way. But otherwise we'd have to call SL.load and then the key. So I guess it's faster to just say bam, key right there like that. It's probably a little easier. So this is our save load file. It doesn't even technically need to be a GD. It could just be a resource, I think. I don't know if it lets you do a... I think it has to be a script. That's fine. So then all this contains, right, is just variables. So we could have var Joe, and this is a bool. And that's it. Done. This will automatically get saved and loaded, right? And then whatever I set in here as equals will be the default. So if the key is not found, it just stays the way that I put it in, which means it should be pretty flexible for when I update the game and things like that. Because if I add a new key, it'll just be the default right away. Can you do a script so when you save it, it creates a text file with a variable, and then, yeah, that's basically what we're going to do. That's what all save systems really are. Is just saving a thing and then loading it again. And then I guess I'll just handle my loading logic, saving and loading logic from global. It's just going to be a tiny little function that I never really touch. So function save game and function load game, right? Now with this game, I don't think I'm going to have like save files because it's just your user data. There's only one kind of save. In the future, I might set it up so that we can do multiple different kinds of save files, because a lot of games you'll have like your game save and your user data as like a separate save file. But I'm not going to worry about that here. So now what we're going to do is just say for data in global dot, or no, SL. Think I can do that? Let's print out what data is. I don't know if it works that way or not. I really don't know, but let's just call pass and load game for now. And then we're going to set up a timer that will automatically save the game. We'll just set this to every 5 seconds or something, you know. Auto start, timeout. Connect to global. Let's call this auto save. And I don't even need to create that signal. I'm just going to do this and say connect to save game. Boom. And then on enter tree, or I guess I'll do that on a ready, because I have to have the other nodes instantiated first. Function ready, call load game. And that's it. Obviously, we need to actually create the file and stuff. We'll do that in a second. But I just want to see what this does. If I loop through a node, like, what does it do? Okay, so it did call an error. So you can't just say for data in. But I was looking into this, and I think you can call, like, dot get variables or something. There's a let's look inside of the node class. Or not the node class. I guess the object class is what it is. But there's a way to do this. Get property list. This is what I saw in here. So you can just get a list of all of the properties, right? And it just returns an array of dictionaries. And it returns the name of the property, the class name of the property, the type, the hint, all of that stuff. So that seems pretty good. So let's try this. So for property in sl.get get property list, and then we can just say print sl.property.name. Right? That's it. And that should just return the data of that property. Let's see. When it saves in 5 seconds. Valid access to key property. Oh yeah, because I said it was... Oh yeah, duh. So I need to call this instead sl.get property.name. Try that again. Now, the only downside I guess I could see with this is what happens if I change the name of a variable inside of that list. Then it corrupts, it breaks, right? So that's the only thing I kind of have to be careful about. You can see it is printing that out and showing null a bunch. I don't know if that's exactly why that's happening, but we'll figure it out. Because it should print out whatever Joe is. And calling get, so the property string name. I guess that maybe is not the same thing as, that's like a value. So I think I need to say, there's a way to do this. You say like for thing or property.name in SL, right? I think that's how you do it. And then we just print it. Let's see if that works. Whoa. So it's printing a bunch of stuff here. I don't know what those properties are. So let's also go ahead and do, let's call this var prop or var value is equal to property.name in SL. And I want to go ahead and print property.name and the value of that property just to see what is being returned here. Might have to restart the game, I don't know. Okay, so this is returning more than just variables. I need to know, there's probably a way for me to just return variables instead of, like I could probably call like get script. And then in there I can call the variables in there. Sure, there's a way we can figure this out. The variant type. So yeah, get method list. Because the problem is it's returning everything inside of the regular base like object class or whatever, or node class, which I don't want to set. So get method argument count, get indexed. Okay. Get class, get. Yeah, I wonder how I could do that. Let's go look at the function list. See, I wonder if there's like get property list, but it's like custom properties or user defined properties. I don't know. I don't think there is though. So that could be potentially one issue with this plan. But this is why I wanted to at least try it out really quick, see what it returns. Because I don't know if I can do this as anything other than a node. Unless I do this as like the most basic, like, oh god, not global. That would be bad. Save load just extends object. Like, would that work? Am I allowed to do that? And does object have anything else in it? Yeah, but then the problem is I can't call... It says it's a null value now. So this might have to be a type of node for this global to work. That's not ideal. I don't know why it would need to be, though. It's a little strange. Let's research how globals work in Godot. Because I've never actually thought about it. Why is this for 2.1? What? Okay. Globals. Global scope. Well, these are just all these. I don't really care about those. Now, does object have any functions built in? It does. So object has all of these. But it doesn't have any variables. And that's the important thing, I think. Because that's the thing that I'm looping through. So if it doesn't have any variables by default, then we should be okay. I don't know if I can do like at global scope. Can export as a global file. What does that do? Don't think that's what I want. So why would that be like null? I'm trying to figure out why that is the way it is. Yeah, I guess it's trying to make itself a regular node. So I guess this is something about globals inside of Godot, is that they do have to be a node. So I wonder how I can tackle that. Is it possible for me to call, like, I really like these as being here. Or actually, can I make this a static class so I don't even have to, can I just say like static, how would I do that? But I have to reference the same one. This class name. There's got to be a way for me to do this. I got rid of the... Come on, guy. Can I do static class name? I don't know how to do a static class in Godot. Let me keep trying to figure this out. I mean, I know that you can do like static variables and functions, but But I always want it to be the same class that it's referencing, right? That's the problem. Because if I go ahead and say here, cannot call non-static function. Oh, but I guess if I just make all of these variables static, then it works, right? Oh, but it's because getPropertyList is not static. So I have to make an instance of this for this to work. I wish I could just make this like a static class, but I don't know how that works, or if there is a way to do that. Yeah, what I do. I mean, can I just create a new variant of getPropertyList or whatever? Because there's this one. But I mean, you can create a custom list that way, right? Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be possible to do it this way. I feel like it should be. I mean, like, if I return just my... Like, if I say get script, and I have a script instance, can I just get the variable names on this? Global name, instance base type. Because I could say get script property list and just loop through that instead to reference these, you know? So maybe that could work. But I don't know, again, if that's going to return everything, so... Ooh. There is no class called that anymore. And then global variable... Why would you not make it a global variable and put it in globals? Is there a reason for that? I don't know. So let's go back into here, and then I want to say sl.getScript. Then this is going to return a script instance. Then I can say get script property list, right? And then what does that return, though? Get script property list, an array of dictionary. So I think it's the same thing as it was before. Let's give this a try, see if it works. Got called in, we got a few more things done. Epic. Not epic that you got called in, but... Oh, right, I have to go make this a regular node first. So this will be a regular old node. Let's try this again. Yeah, very cool. Did you put them in the tactic toe? Yeah, epic. Oh, let's go. It's a whole bunch of things. Epic dirt. What is this little guy here? Oh, it's like a flower. Yeah. Let's go. Got the hole. And the new grass. Very epic. I'll go put these in right now and let's see what they look like. So that was, I think it's called Grass Blades is the one I'm using. We got the hole. Where's the hole? It's that one. And the big. I'll see what these look like. Oh, shoot. It's working, guys. Now, for some reason, it has save load GD. I don't know where that's coming from, though. Is that a property? Weird. Well, I'm never going to store script, so I can just eliminate that type and say if property dot... Here, I need to type this. Unfortunately, it's just an array of dictionary, so it doesn't actually really help me. Let's save our script is that. Make a type of script. Okay. It's an add. Okay, well, let's quickly go into the game and see. Here they are. Epic cracks. And then we also got the new grass everywhere. I like how that looks. I feel like it's a little less distracting, which is nice. Got all the clumps around. And we can break one of these. That's what the hole looks like. Very cool. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I like how it's looking. Yeah, the only thing I'd say, I don't know if the texture on the dirt is like necessary, just because it is usually viewed at a pretty small scale. So I don't know if we need to bother with it. We could see what it looks like without it. Because I think it kind of just ends up looking sort of like noisy at a distance, because it's really hard to actually make out the individual like detail. Oops, don't want to mess with the shadow. Alright, we're just removing a couple of these chunks. Just to see what this looks like. Yeah, I don't know. Because like if you're playing a game like at this scale, you might have ads right now, I don't know. Or actually, you're subbed, let's go. I imagine most people are going to be playing... Whoa, crazy? It's just a Godot thing. Okay, never mind. Like at this scale, I can barely make out the texture. And if you zoom in, you can kind of see it better. But all the other stuff is epic. I mean, what do you think about that? Just like not bothering with the texture on the dirt? I feel like it would make this sprite a little bit cleaner to look at. But I would like to know what you think. Yeah, it's looking pretty epic though. I think I like how the art style's shaping up so far. Let's what's it doing? Oh yeah, figuring out why this is showing script here. So what is this returning in? By this one. It's a class name. Type. Let's just print out what this list is so I can see. Print property. Oh. It's not happy now. Is it because I'm typing it? Oh, yeah. Now it's saying SL not found. Okay, right here. Class name nothing, type nothing. Hint string, I could just get rid of that. So I can just say if property dot hint string is equal to res save load GD. Continue. Let's see if that works. So it should just show Joe. Holy crap, guys. It just shows Joe. So I think this will work as long as there's no big changes to the way this function works in Godot. It should be fine because it'll just read the variables and do it. Okay, interesting. Had to do a little bit of finagling, but it's working. Heading back to work. Yeah, texture slowly removable. Just want to see how it looked. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's just like not needed. Because when you're like zoomed out, it's probably really hard to tell in the stream because it gets like a little bit crushed, but zoomed out like this, it's just like a couple, like it looks like how do I describe it? You know when you look at like objects like a pattern, a repeating pattern, it's almost like a moire pattern, where as it shrinks down, it like compresses the pixels so much anyways, it doesn't even end up looking that good. Also, when I'm like zooming in and out, there's kind of this like weird shimmer effect because the pixels are so tiny. So I think we could probably, yeah, just remove the texture. But otherwise, I think everything else is pretty solid, so. It's not a big deal in like the darker dirt here, which is interesting. I think it's just because it's like the bright spots are what's doing it. Mainly. Yeah, we'll have to see. I think if like these pixels were anti-aliased, I probably wouldn't notice it as much, you know? Like if we went in here and did 50% and anti-aliased all these pixels, it probably wouldn't be as distracting like that. But obviously that's not what we're doing with the style, so I think in that case it's better to just remove it. Because then when it's anti-alias like that, it doesn't have that like shimmeriness. Right? I wonder what it looks like with these guys too. Let's see. Yeah, it's still like, I don't think it's worth the trouble. All right. Yeah, we can talk more about stuff later for sure also. When you're back from work and all that. Yeah, I didn't really notice on this one before, but yeah. Same thing with the little dirt mound. So it won't be long? Yeah, that sounds good. I'll be wrapping up in probably about like 30 minutes, so. We'll have to figure out what we want to do with the lava textures too. Want to finish my gosh darn palm tree, yeah. I know. All right, so let's do the save load. Just gonna go copy the same code from lured in. It's really easy. Or I do save game, but now we automatically generate this list instead of doing it how we did before. So save game data. Now we don't bother creating that list and we just do this stuff. I'm not gonna worry about the resetting data stuff right now. I don't think there's gonna be much of a demand to reset your data with this game because there's kind of no reason to. But and then in save game we're gonna have var list, right? It's a type of dictionary, and it's going to have a string key with a variant. Okay. And this is how we save this. So we say list at index property. Oh my God, I can't type. Dot name is equal to value. Don't worry about the user data stuff. All right. So now we're just going to say save.dat The file's not null. Go ahead and save our list. Close the file. That's it. So here's our whole save game function. Very easy, honestly. And now these variables just sit in here and I can just do whatever I want to them. It's kind of epic. And then now for load game, it should be really easy. Because we just say the opposite here. We load the file. It's going to be even easier than the save game script. So let's pop this in. Waiting patiently to be our guinea pig. Soon. We'll test out all this new stuff in just a second. All right, so we load save.dat. If the file's not null, we get the data as a variable. As long as it's a valid variable, then now we loop through the properties again. So we want to say sl.set. So for key in data, sl.set key and data at index key. And that's it. We're done. And if for whatever reason we can't open the file or whatever, we'll print some stuff here. Failed to load game data. Same if this is not found here. Okay. Save system is done, yeah. So we're gonna try this out. Yeah, it should work. I'll probably set up some custom code in here instead of just set, because like, let's say, for example, our audio stuff, we don't really save that as a variable. Almost 99% of the things that we're going to be saving and loading will be a variable. But sometimes stuff like, you know, your maximum FPS or your bus volume is not saved as a variable because it's kind of a little different. But here's the thing, actually, that's also fascinating. Since these are just variables, we can do really cool stuff. So we could just set, like, we could set a setter function like this and emit a signal, you know, and do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, Joe is our first test value. Joe Bomba. So let's just go ahead and read in what we get here, right? I mean, it should work just fine. Well, I want to like actually test it. So let's do this, right? Process, I'm going to have a function if input.is action just pressed. Let's do, not menu. I need a new test key. Test. We'll just make it R. So if we press the test key, then I want to say global, nope, sl.joe is equal to the opposite of Joe. So we can toggle, we can flip that variable. And then I want to see, we're going to print out what Joe is, right? So right now it's false, obviously. It's screaming at me for some reason. Oh, I have to reload the game. So, Joe is true, right? I press R. Joe is now false. So let's exit out of the game. Should have had enough time to save. So if I open it back up, Joe should still be false, right? Because it's going to load Joe. Okay, it loaded as true for some reason. So we'll figure out why that happened. How did Joe become true, actually, now that I think about it? I don't know. Well, clearly it's been saved in there. Let's go to save game. And then I want to print out what this value is, just to know that it's working. Whenever the game saves here. I'm not going to know, because it's just going to wrap into that one. So let's stop Joe from printing really quick. Just so I can test this easier, I'm going to set our our auto saving to 1 second. All right, so it's true. Right now, Joe is set to true. If we hit R, it's still reading true. Interesting. Oh, I don't know if I'm grabbing the variable correctly. Because I'm saying for that property name in SL. Okay, let's figure out how to grab this correctly. I know there's a way to do this. I think we just say SL at index property name, right? Oh, it should return the value. Let's try it. There we go. So now that shows false. I was just grabbing it the wrong way. I think what I was checking was that if that variable existed in the script, which is the wrong. So if I hit it again, you see it flips back to true. I hit it again, it's false. So let's quit the game. Joe should be false when I open up the game, which we can see. Then let's hit it again. So it's true. Now if I quit again, Joe should be true when I open the game. And it is. All right, guys, we got options. We got save game ability. I'll have to connect up some more stuff so that I can do like I was saying, saving things that are not a variable. But this should automate the vast majority of the saving that we'll ever have to do, which is really convenient. So cool. Because yeah, now I just put my things in here, you know? Like, let's say that we had like some inventory or something. We just put the inventory variable in here and do the stuff, you know? Really easy. And it's nice because we don't have to call any functions. We just directly edit and read right from the same file and it just does it. You know, there's no funny business. So, very cool. I think this will be nice. And obviously this system is designed for a game like Tic-Tac-Toe where the only information you're saving is like global variables. I don't really do the same thing in Starground because that's like a little different with how the saving and loading works in that kind of game. So for that, it's fine. But here, this should be good. All right. Anyways, do people want to test out the game? Test out all our new multiplayer code stuff. The lava should work now. We'll just leave the map the way it is, probably. Cool. Should be good to go. Trying to think if there's any problems. I don't think so. Let's export all. Oh no, bro! I forgot to increment the version. Hold on, cancel. I think it's got to be that version now. Let's try this. Godot. Steam GUIs. Tic-Tac-Toe. It has been completed. Now I can start actually incrementing the build. I would love if somehow I could like modify the export panel to just instantly put it up on Steam. Like I have like an export preset that's called like Steam Direct or something that I could just hit and export instantly into Steam and set the build live and everything. That would be pretty awesome. I don't think there's a way to do that, but I mean, maybe. What would be nice though is even just a little Python script that I can run and I just click and it sets the builds and puts it onto Steam at the same time, because that would still eliminate a step in the process. Because right now I have to export, open the GUI, and then also go into builds and select it as the default build, which is just stupid and annoying. So I'll look into that eventually. All right, it should be live. So if you guys want to go ahead and connect, lobby's open. Yeah, you should be able to join as usual. soon we're going to test out doing matchmaking. And when we do that, we'll see if you guys can just connect clicking quick join on the main menu. See how that works. But not quite there yet. But yeah, make sure before you join in, verify your game files. Now, if you try and join and you're on the wrong version, it should kick you out and say that you're on the wrong version. So I don't think we'll have any cases where people are joining on the wrong build anymore. That shouldn't be possible. And the thing I'm hoping for is that all the animations and stuff works on multiplayer. We'll see what happens. I don't know if it will. But that's why we test. I'm also going to join on the server just so I can make sure it's working. Now I can mute the game, which is really nice. Okay, let's go join myself. I'm in. Okay. I'll pick a random, we'll do the Venus piece, whatever. Can't set any settings, so we're good there. Go ahead and pick your, or I'll just do a different piece here. I'll do Jupiter. And then, let's get it. Start game. Well, that's not supposed to happen. Why does that instantly say win? Oh, I know why that is. Ignore that. We will fix that. But it shouldn't impact anything. Just exit out of it. Okay, so... looks like everything's okay so far. I don't think the timer will increment on clients right now. Actually, it might. It might. We'll see what happens. Then it's this guy's turn. I do kind of want to test like breaking the tiles, make sure all the animations there happen. So we'll try and do that. I think I saw the animations come through when I first loaded in, so... Oh yeah, I heard the sound and that one turned into a whole tile, so that's good. We'll make that sound better, but this is just testing right now, you know. Yeah, that one happened there too. I muted my sounds on here, so if I'm hearing anything, it's coming from a remote connection, so... Ooh, daunting. Or not daunting, daring, I mean. I'm a fool. Whoa. I can't let that happen. Social distancing, yeah. Oh, it's my turn. I forgot. Can't let that happen. Yeah, I'll have to adjust volcano times and stuff, because, I mean, it depends on how many people are playing. If you have, like, 10 people in a game, it's going to take eons until the volcano actually erupts. But that's why we have, like, options and stuff. I might do, like, a global round speed option or something like that, just to make it happen faster. No. I'm putting some tiles in the path of the volcano just to test it. Ooh, that's gonna blow. Whoa. Did you see the lava erupt on your end? Hopefully. And then the lava will go away after a full turn. So as soon as I place down this piece, it should go away. Yeah, and then the fire shows up in the spots on the two tiles it broke. Seems like all the animations and sounds and stuff are working, so that's good. Whoa, bold move. I'll go there. Big fire. I need to put a timer on the fire too. just so you know how long the fire will be there for. So let's go there. Spread the fire. It is crazy how fast the fire spreads on. Oh, yeah, those fires went away because it happened. Okay. Let's see, this guy's turn. Let's go there. And I wonder if we want to change stuff like this instead of being round-based to just be turn-based, which we totally can do. Because then it would kind of keep the world processing at the same speed. You know, so I don't know, maybe that would be a better way to go. It's really hard to say right now. This is what playtesting is for. I must stop you. Oh shoot, I forgot the volcano's about to erupt. Let's get these tiles out of there. Oh, my other tile went away. Because the fire. I do like, though, how the fire seems to kind of, you know, sustain itself for a little while. Which is cool. Because I was worried it was just kind of instantly disappear, you know. Boom. Lava eruption. And now it shouldn't spawn in any more fire after this one because... oh, shoot. I'd be in trouble there. Yeah, you win. Oh, it did spawn into fire. Wait, did it? I don't know. I'll look at the code and figure out how that works. Because it might be spawning in fire if you break a player symbol. I don't know. I'm not sure. You won! You did it! Yeah. Pretty epic, though. I mean, everything seems to work. Which is just crazy. This is why I did it this way, you know? Because if everything's server-side, I don't have to worry. You know, the game will never, like, break. There might be an occasional visual glitch where it doesn't synchronize something on multiplayer, but otherwise, should be stable. So, but yeah. Yo, welcome in. Luki. Fadlings are watching. Let's go. How's it going? We're just working away at a Tactic-Toe prototype right now. It's going pretty good. We're just testing some multiplayer and it's all working. So it's what I like to see. Yeah, what have you been up to? Okay, yeah, the noise texture is being applied to that. You keep working on this very interesting game. Thank you, I appreciate it. Meant to play it, but will eventually once I finish this website. Yeah. Yeah, it's still probably going to be a little while until this game actually comes out. I'm thinking it's probably going to end up being after February next year, just because that's when the next, like, reasonable Next Fest is. I mean, it's possible that we could try and get a demo ready for October, but the problem with, like, the way the Next Fest scheduling is you have to have your demo fully released before the Next Fest event starts. So I'd have to get this game, like, playable and demo ready very soon in, like, the next 2 weeks, which I don't think is very practical right now, you know? So I think it's going to be more reasonable to work on it toward the end of the year and then have it ready for the February one. So yeah, right. I mean, it's pretty, it's a pretty steep timeline. I don't think I'll be able to hit that. I mean, October is not really that far away, so it's just not reasonable. But February, I got all the time in the world, so should be fine. Because, you know, I've also still, I've got Lured In development still ongoing, and I want to start working toward Starground 1.0, so I think if I could just keep this game sort of chill, give myself plenty of time, that's probably going to work better for my schedule anyways. So, but yeah. And that's not really that far away. I mean, that's what, February's in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, 11 weeks, 12 weeks, 13 weeks, 14 weeks, 15 weeks, 16 weeks, 17 weeks, 18 weeks, 19 weeks, 20 weeks, 21 weeks, 22 weeks, 23 weeks, 24 weeks, 25 weeks, 26 weeks, 27 weeks, 28 weeks, 29 weeks, 30 weeks, 31 weeks, 32 weeks, 33 weeks, 34 weeks, 35 weeks, 36 weeks, 37 weeks, 38 weeks, 39 weeks, 40 weeks, 41 weeks, 42 weeks, 43 weeks, 44 weeks, 45 weeks, 46 weeks, 47 weeks, 48 weeks, 49 weeks, 50 weeks, 51 weeks, 52 weeks, 53 weeks, 54 weeks, 55 weeks, 56 weeks, 57 weeks, 58 weeks, 59 weeks, 60 weeks, 61 weeks, 62 I guess 6 months from now, yeah. But it's fine, because it gives me plenty of time to make other games while I'm making the game. Like, just because development time is longer, it doesn't really mean I'm not getting anything done, so it's fine. Luckily, I'm sure you'll do great. You've been making interesting games. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I appreciate it. I've been really having a lot of fun making tiny games recently, so yeah. Can't have any chill games here? Yeah, no chill games. It has to be stress-filled. Yeah. Smaller games are more possible? I definitely think so, yeah. It is way easier for me to make a little game in 6 months versus a massive gargantuan project like Starground that takes me 3 years, you know? So. Excuse me. So Mike here, welcome in. When you do your character sprites, do you break them up into head and body? Yeah, do them on any sprite at the moment just to make it easier to animate. It depends on how you animate your sprites. If you're animating them by hand, it's not quite as necessary to break them up into individual parts, but you can. Otherwise, normally what I do is I don't bother breaking them up unless I know that they're gonna be animated like with code. So for example, if we take a look at the way characters are set up in Lurden, they're all like individual parts. And I do that just because mainly for the character customization, but also that's the way I animate their arms. So wait for this to load up. Yo, thanks so much for the bit. I appreciate it. Yeah, get to work as a penny for the next hour. Yeah. But if we look at these guys in here, their arms are actually separate parts from their body. So if we go into the customer scene, you can see they have their shirt is like the main component. Then they've got their upper arm right and lower arm right. Same with the left arm, upper arm left, lower arm left. So that's sort of the way they're configured, and their hair sprite is separate. The pants are kind of its own animation. So I animate all the pants by hand, but honestly, I could see also separating out the legs into 2 parts to make those animate also. So you don't have to animate anything by hand. You just use code. You just rotate the sprites. I think it's a lot easier. I hate animating, so doing it with code is kind of nice. But yeah. Yeah, like if you're doing a lot of customizable skins and stuff, it is a lot easier to have them as all separate parts. So okay, so you're separating a sprite and then combine them when you export. Yeah, in that case, like if you're... Oh no, you're all good. Ask as many questions as you want. In that case, if you're doing separate parts, it's more just for your own convenience than anything. So if it makes it easier for you to animate your characters, then I say go for it. But otherwise, I would say... Yeah, the case where having it as separate sprites, like saving the most time, would be in engine, because you could swap out sprites at runtime. You know, for like the character customization in Lurden, it's really helpful because when I customize my character over here, I can swap out these sprites individually. So I can like change his sleeves and his pant types and stuff all like really easily. Same with the hair. So it's really good for character customization like this in engine to have it separately. You can export them all at the end. There's nothing wrong doing that, but you know, as one combined image. Yeah, you're the only real active person doing 2D games. Yeah, I like my 2D games. But so yeah. I mean, if you want something that's very customizable and like long term in the future, I would probably say keep the sprites in game separate. So like an arm would consist of a lower arm and an upper arm, because then you have way more customization options. You could like make a variant of an upper arm that has like a shoulder pad or something, and then you could combine that with a different piece on the lower arm. So the way I would, yeah, probably like break up a human being is like head, right, as one piece, torso as another piece, and then the limbs would have two segments sort of like this, where you have upper arm, upper leg, lower leg. So yeah, that's, I think, a good way to split things up. And with this, you really technically don't have to hand animate anything if you do like inverse kinematics and stuff. That's another thing also. The other reason I split up the characters is when you're fishing in Lurden, you can see that my character is holding the rod. I do inverse kinematics with the arms of the character so that they hold the fishing rod and like react to it swinging and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I would take a look at it because I think being able to do stuff like this is really useful. I mean, imagine how much time it would take for me to like hand animate this character holding the fishing rod and casting, and it's an enormous time saver. I mean, if you want everything to be pixel perfect, then this solution doesn't work as well. You could apply some kind of like shader or viewport system to keep the pixels aligned in the grid, but I don't bother with that. I don't really care. Sorry if I'm missing messages in here also. Yeah, my biggest problem is making my games too big too. Yeah, that's always been kind of my crutch. So I'm trying to battle against that desire to make big games as much as possible. Now, whenever I'm coming up with a new idea for a game, I'm really just thinking, the thing going through my head is, how do I make this game as small as I humanly can? You know? I think it helps a lot. Yeah, you do that. Do a lot of that type thing in Blender and export to animation. So yeah, it's neat. Yeah, so you're doing a base character, all base colors, and then going to customize it later. Okay, nice. Then a present there. Yeah, 16 by 16 base characters. Nice. That's about how these guys are. My the characters are 16 pixels wide and then 32 tall, so they're kind of like a rectangle. I figured that just sort of is more proportionate. There, yeah, they're both walking it at the same time. Oh, is that a bug? Or did they just happen to arrive at the exact same moment? Let's go see. Oh, that was just insane coincidence that they arrived right at that moment. Okay, it's nothing. Interesting. But yeah, hopefully that helps. I mean, just going through the way I'm doing it. There's so many different ways you can set up your characters, you know? I've seen a billion different methods, so there's really no real right or wrong way to configure the sprites and stuff and animate, you know. Everything has its own pros and cons. I usually like opting for the route of minimizing animation as much as possible, because that's the thing that really takes up my time, is the animations. But yeah, just depends. You do sacrifice some quality and uniqueness, I imagine, doing procedural, it's not procedural, but doing runtime animations with inverse kinematics like this. So that is one downside. And also it is a little janky on like the corners of where these segments rotate. That's less of a problem with high res art, more of a problem with pixel art. So you don't put outlines on the bottom of the characters. Yeah, so that's a pixel art thing I do in a lot of places. If you look at the table, there's no outline at the bottom. And I do that in any case where there is an object connecting with a surface. And I generally follow that rule for all of the sprites in Lurden. It just helps make them more connected into their environment. So you can see like the trash bags, I didn't do the bottom outline. The table, we've got the chairs over here, the pots, this table, the crates, everything like that. So, because then you can kind of, I feel like at glance, it's easier to tell that this object is on the floor versus floating above the floor, if that makes sense. So that's the reason I do that everywhere. And I do it for the characters too, because when they're standing on the ground, you know, they're meshing with the floor. So no sense in putting a outline there. Yeah. I think I do the same thing in Starground too. So and you can see in some moments here where they lift up their legs, I kind of fill in the outline again. A little bit, but not completely. When you're walking, you don't lift your foot that high above the ground, so it looks weird to fill in the outline, but yeah, the chip branding, no outline at the bottom. Say they are chipped. What? That's crazy. Yeah. And the computer, these are a little different. Whenever I have like a connected, like one image, I tend to not do inner outlines. So like, for example, this bottle on this table, I don't put an outline on this bottle because the table on the outside already has an outline. Same with like the characters, I don't do inner outlines. Same with the fish. It's hard to see because it's a little dirty in here, but he only has an exterior outline. But yeah, that's sort of another rule that I always follow when it comes to the assets. No interior outlines. And like all these can be broken. This is the nice thing about art, I always think, is that you can break the rules if you feel like you want to. A lot of really cool art looks cool because they purposely break the rules of art. So there's no right or wrong. I like how this new inventory menu's looking. I think it's way better. And I can search for things, you know. I can search for types of crabs really easily now. Let's go. Yeah, I need to work on fixing the theme here, because it's a little ugly. I should probably also fix the theme on the tab containers up here too, because they've been just the raw default tab container style the entire time. So I might go mark those down over in here. Let's go to the changelog here. Add in tab container to the theme. And add line edit to the theme. Okay. But anyways, hopefully that's all helpful. Let me know if you got any other questions about stuff, because I'm happy to answer. Yeah, we've been going for about 4 hours. We'll probably begin to wrap things up a little bit. Yeah, didn't fully get to learn in tonight, even though I think I mentioned in the stream or something that I was possibly going to. I don't know. When it comes to the live stream stuff, I don't really like to plan everything out too hard. I like to just kind of see where the stream takes us in terms of what games we're working on, so. And today I felt like just working on Tactic-Toe, so that's kind of what we did. But yeah, we'll work more and learn in soon. But yeah, game is working. We have the options menu. I need to go through and set up the UI sound signals, which is really easy to do. I just say if it's a button and you pressed or hovered, then make a sound. Very easy. So I'm going to go through and do all that. I want to start getting, at some point, do the AI players, so you can play against a bot. Same with the matchmaking. Those are some of the big like features we need to tackle before a demo. Everything right now is going to be building up to a playtest and demo. So yeah, I need to make it easy for people to join each other. And join random people too. Like that's another big problem with multiplayer games like this, I think, is just getting a group together, like trying to find people to play with. So that's one of the big benefits of matchmaking. And I don't mean matchmaking as in like matching people of different skill levels with each other. I'm not going to worry so much about that because I feel like this kind of game is not super skill. Like it's not like the kind of thing where you have this cracked player doing these crazy inputs. It's not like an FPS or something. It's just turn-based. So I feel like a brand new person has a fair chance against a skilled person. So it also depends on the decisions everybody makes. Because one person putting a piece somewhere can completely screw over the most skilled player in the lobby. So hey, welcome in. How's it going? Will be commercial game? It will be, yeah. I'm thinking this game will be really cheap because I don't want there to be a big threshold for people being able to play with their friends. Like, for example, Worms WMD, we were just looking at this game. Oh, what? It didn't even go to the store page? Oh, I might have clicked on, I don't know what that was about. What was that? I didn't go to the store page. Weird. Anyways, but this game is still $30. That's just way too expensive to play with each other in a multiplayer game, in my opinion. I really like how cheap, for example, Mecha Chameleon is. It's only $6. So it's very easy, just kind of impulse buy Mecha and play with your friends. And I think that's the same thing I kind of want to do with Tactic Toe as well, right? So, just so it's not impossible. But yeah. I don't know exactly how much it would cost, but definitely below $10. Probably like $5 is the plan, but I don't know yet. But we'll see. That's kind of a long ways away still, so. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for today's stream. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. And for all the raids. I really appreciate it. We got a bunch. We got a raid from, so many people. Adagon, Manisha, Jill Iliad, Nick. Very many. But we're going to continue the raid train. I don't think we've raided Dobbs in a little while. You can see what he's up to. Oh god, loud. Sorry. Whoa, he's got like a ship. I'm gonna go see what he's up to, guys. Hey, thank you for the cheese time. But yeah, anyways, feel free to grab Lured in on Steam. Join the Discord if you want. Last minute cheese, yeah. Yeah, we'll be live again on Friday at 3:30 MDT. Working more on the games. So, don't know what game yet. Starground, Lured in, Tactic Toe, Deadlift. Could be any of them. Sometimes it feels like I'm digging myself a pit of work I might not be able to escape. But yeah, maybe even a new game. Nah, I cap it at 4. Any more than that, and it's too much, I think. Yeah. All right. But bye, everybody. See you guys on Friday. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.